Hello.
Yosha!
Yosha!
I should have known that, like, if you're sitting in this VC wall with me as well, that you're like, you were actually legitimately gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna get that thingy-majiggy first.
I'm gonna get. And also, Fugi has a new UI right now.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me have a look at it since I'm on this screen. Since I'm on the, that way people don't see me log in with Discord. Because, like, it wasn't working on Sunday. Like, Sunday morning, it was down or something. And I was like, what?
They must have had a, what do you call it?
API update.
Yeah, something like that.
So, yeah. All right. So I've got my overlay. What in the, like, I have a library of things. Like, I have a library of, like, all these different,
Oh shit! And they upped the avatar count.
Yeah, you can go for like 20, which is actually kind of insane, which means I could... Alright, one of the things I'll need to do is I'll need to... So for whatever reason, any overrides I have made, it's made a model profile for them as well, so... So... Give me a sec. So, that one was Sparkle Bud. And then... I remember that one was like Rufio. So I got my ice cream, I got my insom. Alright, so then I can do... Now the fun question is where the fuck is my avatar?
Hello.
Model, video 2, video, VTuber Flames. There we go. Wait, did I put it in here? No, do I have them elsewhere? I must have them elsewhere.
Oh, so hi, Tan Nooks.
Hello. Go. Oh wait, yeah, no, those have the weird like extra wall thing, which isn't gonna make sense. Okay, so I got my library, and then we got sources. Is code sitting silently in my VC? No. For whatever reason, it thinks code is in my source, or maybe it's because oh, ooh, wait, hang on. So it does.
What's going on?
So there's like a legacy group source. So custom legacy group, single bounce, always if matches, server nickname, include, exclude. Interesting.
This is cool.
So I imagine then that like weird. So it looks like you can do it for like so it looks like instead of doing it based off of channel, it's basing it off of user perhaps. All right, I need to post in all the other things that I'm online and streaming before I forget. Otherwise, this is going to be a very thingamadoogie. Yeah. Excuse me, throat. Who said hello? Sir Dragon. Ah, hello, Sir Dragon.
Hi, Sir Dragon.
So yeah, all right. So I self-promote in that space, self-promote in that space, ding, dong. But yeah, my goodness, there are just like so many people playing Silksong right now.
Yeah.
This is like one of the, like, as much as I would love to be one of those streamers where it's like, I would like to play the latest and greatest, and people be like, yeah, no, they want to see me play it. When there's moments like these where it's like, oh, everyone is playing Hollow Knight, and I'm just watching this, and I'm like, I've never played Hollow Knight before, so going into the sequel, I feel like would be the biggest, like, would be probably one of the biggest mistakes, and I'm kind of glad that I'm able to, be a stream that's something else entirely, because I definitely know that there are people who are, probably on Twitch right now seeing all these people playing silksong, and they're like, I don't exactly want to. I don't want to, get in the middle of that. They don't want to see all these silk songs. They don't want to get spoilt.
Yeah, they don't want to have their song silked.
Interesting choice of words there.
I know what I said.
Song silked. Oh my goodness. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's. I know it says like there's still like another 5 minutes remaining, but let's go into the chatting screen just for a quick minute. Hi everyone. Hi.
Hi gang.
Hey gang. Thank you, Cap, for being here first. Not only were you here in the chat first, but you were also like sitting in my VC as well. You were like, I'm down. You're ready. You're excited.
Yeah, I had that on lock.
Yep. Is this like your favorite of the
DMCs is live?
Yes.
Nice. Also, hello there.
DT'd already.
DT'd already, and the guy is too big for the fucking chatting. Like, you don't see the full muscles. Hi there, Nightman. Welcome to the stream. Alright,
Hey, do you remember how I was telling you that I would be horny this entire stream? This is not helping.
Oh yeah, because you were doing chat. For those of you that don't know, Capricious does some artwork, and more often than not, Capricious also does not safe for work artwork. I can't give you another shout out for another 53 minutes because I already shouted you out back at the top there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'll just post my Blue Sky link.
Yeah, go check out Capricious's Blue Sky. They do the arts and all this kind of nonsense. There you go. You're a moderator, so you don't get into any kind of trouble when this happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I've commissioned you like once or twice, and this model that you see before you, the Devil Trigger Zebra, is because of Capricious. Hi there, Het. Am I punished? No, you're not punished. This is
a gift.
This is, as Cup would say, a gift. Sir Dragon pulled my Devil Trigger. I finally, like, I'll be real with you. I heard that song a few more times.
You're into it?
These voices in my head. Da, da, da. Frustration getting bigger.
It's getting bigger.
Bang, bang, bang. Pull my Devil Trigger. It's a good song.
Isn't it though?
It's only that segment. I don't know why, but it's like I only care about it's a short song, and I care about only a segment of the song itself.
Oh, I'm gonna do something funny. You're gonna do something funny?
I'm gonna do something funny.
You're gonna do something funny.
All right, so Cap's gonna be doing something funny, honey. But yeah, chat. How is your day going? Happy Monday for those of you that are in my time zone or are encroaching into the Monday. I thankfully didn't have to go to work today, but that did mean I had to be responsible. I had to do chores. I cleaned my bathroom a little bit. I did some laundry. And then I just got frustrated with finances and what have you, but that's just a basic Monday. Did I bring a bottle of water? I need to remember. Do I have a bottle of water? Yes, I do. I do have a bottle of water. Thank goodness. Is your body still muscle? It kind of all looks like rock now. I don't know how to explain, what devil, demon mode thingamadiggy Dante is made of. I think it's muscle.
It's like demon muscle.
Yeah, let's go with demon muscle. That sounds like the best way to describe it in the limitations that we have. But yeah, no, I got different kinds of forms and such. And I'll be real with you, there's definitely been days where it's like, not very many people are doing the, the different, forms and what have you. Got me a little bit worried that, just some, redeems and such like that on the channel are not enthusiastic. And then, that gets me into a spiral of the quality of my streams overall. Oh, but let's not think about that too hard. let's think about something else. Oh, excuse me.
Nice one.
Let's think about something else. Devil May Cry. Yes, we're on to the 5th one. We've already gone like a few chapters in because of last week's. I need to alt-tab, I'm sorry, because for whatever reason it doesn't give me the player pause options. There we go. But yeah, Nero, still fun. He's a pretty cool character. He's better than, like, emo, Dante from the DMC remake. Oh, that's interesting. V's now in the what's-a-mahoozy. Because I remember when I first started this game, like, you know, Nero and V weren't in this, screen thingamadiggy.
Yeah, you get the more dudes as you play more dudes.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. While everyone is playing Silksong, holy shit, everyone is just going through, Hollow Knight Silksong. Look, I kind of understand this is a game that everyone was hyped for, but I thought we were just always joking about it because the last other... Oh my god. Nico! Perfect.
Dude, Hollow Knight's good. I've been playing it, like,
Now we're
the
starting
last
to
few
act like a
days. It's a
team.
good game.
Ew.
I realized the
Flirting
hype.
with me?
But yeah,
Knock it off.
I remember, like, years and years ago, like, you know, the idea of, like, oh, Diablo 3 was something everyone wanted, and then it finally came out, and it was a flop. And then everyone was wanting another Battlefront from EA, and then everyone was disappointed with Battlefront. Like, I distinctly remember during an age of, like, late high school and university when I was really into video games, where, you know, anytime there was like an IP that you really, really cared about, and they finally released after years on years, it was more of the monkey paw curling its finger, where it's like, a new entry in the franchise is being released, but is it good? You decide. So
Luckily for us, Team Cherry is so fucking good at video games.
That's good. That's good. All right.
God bless Australia. Americans could never.
Fair. I can't fault you. Let's see. I don't know how Tomboy works. Heater Skeeter is pretty decent, and then we'll just...
Oh, Tomboy powers up your gunshots and your sword slashes, so they're pretty much like max acted on every slice when Tomboy is activated. However, you can't get hit during it, otherwise Tomboy will break.
2,000, 30,000. We're just gonna buy 4 things. Hopefully that will be... Okay, so if I go like... So that's 1,000, 15,000, 2,500, 3,000... Sorry, 3,500, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. Okay, so buying in bulk right now is about the same price as buying all of them at once, so it is that. I'm gonna use Nico's recommended build.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do.
And then, what's this? Improve streak with a greatly extended range. What's Payline? Oh, Payline is being able to exploits and brushes off. While on the ground, hold and release. Okay, so Hardway does that sort of jump. And then... Alright, let's try this ability.
It's like a mid-air streak.
Hang on, I need to do it. So, if he's up in the air... Okay, I think I get it. I don't like it, so I'm probably not gonna use it. I'm a very simple Zeebs. I'm sorry to say. I'm a basic Zeebs. I can't do the cool combos and stuff like that. This is probably what's gonna, make or break my experience in the Devil May Cry series. Is how simple can I go through these games?
This Zeeb sucks at video games.
Well,
Hey, that's
turn back
different.
now.
That's different. I don't suck at video
not that that was
games.
ever an option.
I have completed Dark Souls and Elden Ring. I just have a preference. I have been around the food banks and the eat streets
Just
and
do
what
what
have
you
you to
do,
know
bastard.
what
I'll
food
drag you all
sits
the
with
way
my
down
stomach and not.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe it.
If you gold orb on the final boss, I'm kicking your ass.
What?
You gotta lock in.
The point of the gold orbs is to save it for the final boss.
Nah, the point of the gold orbs is not to be used. You know what I call the gold orbs?
These orbs?
The bitch orbs.
Get out of my sight!
What's that? You're gonna have no idea what's going on here. Because I think the last time I tried sharing...
This particular game I think the last time I tried streaming this game on Discord, even on like the lowest thingamadiggy, there was some network nonsense because of the amount of because there was a bit of a GPU like limit.
Don't worry. I remember this game.
You remember it. I remember it like it was only a week ago when you last played this.
To be fair, I wasn't doing much story missions when I was playing it a week ago. I was literally just fighting the final boss, like, many times over in succession. That's the good thing about Devil May Cry. The bosses are so good that you can just go back and just fight the bosses.
Ow. Oh, that's not good, where I have that little, like... So, hitching, still a thing, unfortunately, even with the build that I have. Sure, this is a game from 2019, but I'm using technology that has only started existing in... Bone Mask!
37-month tier 1
Never
sub.
stood a chance.
Wow!
Wow!
37 fucking months!
37
There we
months
go,
of
there's
zebra
the-
friendship.
Incredible!
Nice. I don't know about friendship, but thank you so much for the 37 months of subscribe. I greatly appreciate it. You didn't have to worry about any of the advertisement that pop up on my stream when they come along, and you get to utilize all of the cool emotes that I have available. I reckon you have a 37 months. That is now 3 years at that point, isn't it? That is definitely 3 years.
Definitely.
12, 24, 30. Yeah, 3 years. 3 years and 1 month. Ooh, hello. Oh, so now we have a rock platform to be standing on. Oh, I can't just like keep it in the chamber.
Yeah, nah.
Go. Alrighty. But yeah, so I was doing a joke. Ah, okay. Nice. Didn't 100% understand the joke, but nice. Also, why are you here? Why are you... There we go. Nice. I remember that thing from the previous game, or from the previous, blah, 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 blah.
Stream.
Yeah, previous stream. That's the word. Sorry. Anytime this game decides to do hitching, my brain hitches as well. It's very unfortunate that is, but that's how it works with my IT-orientated brain.
I was gonna say it's because of your himbo brain.
Yep, that too. I wonder, are these things getting hit with the overture more than the... Blood streams. These conduits snake through the transporting blood gathered in the human world. Offer yourself to the flow and will carry you deeper into the tree. But be warned, there's no turning back once you enter.
Where does this go?
Ugh.
I can't believe I'm drawing Grant as Dante again.
You just really enjoy it. My cousin is making me watch My Little Pony. Help me. I'm sorry, but that
That's
is a
fun.
canon event for any furry. I can't stop that.
And also, just enjoy it. My Little Pony is not bad.
Isn't there like, 30 years of lore?
Got blood all over me.
There's like
Better be a shower in here.
5 years of
Oh.
lore, and also it's unneeded to know.
Okay, cool. Because I thought it existed for decades, didn't it?
It did, but like also, you don't really have to know the lore. It's a kids show. They would have to have super extensive lore that you need to watch. Otherwise,
Oh.
they get no new viewers.
Like DuckTales. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Cool. I like DuckTales. I think DuckTales was really good. I'll be real with you. I definitely watched the newest DuckTales because of Danny Pudi from... actually, was his name Danny Pudi? Or am I thinking of the wrong actor? The one from Community. Abed.
That one. Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate. But yeah, so he was a VA for Dewey, I believe it was. And then we have David Tennant for Scrooge.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Dr. Scrooge McDuck. I got a big blue box
bagpipes.
and now too much fucking money for my own good. You might ask, Cappy, why do you have such a good Scottish accent? And I'll tell you what, I got family more Scottish than this accent.
There we go. Oh, nice. This is the...
Also, this is bad. I am using the Akita GIF as a reference, and I am having a brain aneurysm.
Also, hi there, Izzy. Not that My Little Pony even cares about keeping its story straight. Oh, okay, so there is lore, is what I'm hearing from Izzy.
Yeah, most of the lore is Twilight being racist.
Ooh.
I'm not even joking. Twilight is so racist in that show. They're like all the ponies are.
Oh, shit. Didn't realize I could fall off the petri dish there.
Out of the way!
I'm guessing Garrett. Oh my god, the fuck is that? Oh yeah, I fought this thing back when I was V. But yeah, also hi there, Goldie. Hi there, Omega Platinum. Welcome, welcome. I probably got started on the stream just a little too soon, if I'm being honest, but I didn't want to care about a timer.
Punchline!
Oh yeah, I should probably do the XC nonsense. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna be here for a while. But yeah, thank you for the boobs, Masonic. Where's my brain? But yeah,
Get out of my sight!
like DuckTales. Any whoosies. But yeah, I definitely went into it because of the actor Abed, the actor who played Abed from Community was in it. David Tennant was in it, and honestly, it's just a good show. Look, people have their opinions about Disney and what have you, and their live action and what have you, but sometimes their cartoons on television, they're bangers. We just have to contend with the fact that for every Gravity Falls and DuckTales, there's something. They always get something else that's not as good. Whee!
All right. Going down is the only way, huh?
Yonk. There we go. I feel like going down wasn't the only way, but it doesn't look like there was any other way. up.
Also, hi, Onyx.
Hi, Onyx. How are you doing today? I'm doing fairly alright. We're back into the DMC 5 for tonight. Everyone is playing Silksong, but, you know, this is a safe space. I have never played Hollow Knight, and I had, like, no, you know, grand vision of playing Silksong, because the earlier years of video games that I recall, anytime there was, like, an IP that was like, oh, we want more of this video game, and then we didn't hear about it for, like, 5+ years, and then suddenly they release a game, normally is a cautionary tale, because it's more of a monkey paw wish than anything else.
But luckily for the people who like Hollow Knight, they did good.
That is true. Okay, so he wasn't that problematic, but I think I somehow was able to stun lock him then.
Done and done.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize I could do that with him.
Then
Oh, there we go. What does the Tanmux Redeem do? Tanmux Redeem? I think that's my... That's not explicitly for Tanmux. That's just the, you know, hey, you know...
biggest fan.
My biggest fan right now is Tanmux. Ah, shit. I need to break out of that. Break out, break out, break out. Oh, wait. There's probably a quicker way to break out of that thing, isn't there?
Probably. Oh, nail use breakaway
Nice.
for it.
Thank you, Zypher, for being my biggest fan. Fuck Tanmux. Tanmux, you ain't my biggest fan. Sorry. Zephyr is now. Team Cherry is different because it's literally like 3 people in Adelaide. Is that a AAA studio, or is that just 3 dudes in an office?
3 Australian dudes in an office.
I don't think they get a buff for being Australian.
Yeah, that's because you're not born and bred, honestly.
Oh,
you wouldn't know.
I'm sorry that I wasn't, you know, properly born here. I'm not like Bob
Yeah.
Catter, who's, you know, oh, I punch blokes in the mouth for less, as man, who's like, you know, been here for 180 years, and the man is like 80 years old himself.
who's gonna take me now?
Yeah.
So yeah, did I know that
Bro-
Cap
bro-
is a
bro
cutie?
should
Cap, do you
What?
know that you're a cutie?
Me and a cute? Damn, that's crazy.
I know. Masonic seems to think so.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree, though.
Games take forever to make because production teams are assholes who don't know what they want or what they're making. Production being separate from the actual devs. Yeah. No, like the thing is that Bob Catter and Nixon voice. I am not
Lebanese.
So yeah, where was my brain at before I got onto the Bob Catter thing because of not being a born and bred Australian? Yeah, no, here's the thing is that it is nice. It is honestly wonderful that Silksong has been able to get a release and such like that after 7 years from like the last release from the studio. I don't know why, I just never caught on to Hollow Knight. I think, frankly, like, many games that have the, if you hit me with the Souls-like at the start, that does way more to incentivize me away than it does, it's more of like a stick than it is honey. Is that the phrase? Like, you get more people, you get more flies with, no, it's, you get more flies with honey than with shit, I think? No, hang on, what's the phrase?
You catch flies with honey and flies with shit.
Yeah. But yeah, so, because, like,
Or something.
I can understand people wanting vinegar. Thank you, Izzy. I was about to say vinegar. So yeah, so the whole Souls-like thing, because of, and what's more is, like, when you look at Dark Souls, like, and when people talk about Souls-like games in the past as well, like before the advent of Another Crab's Treasure or Claire Obscure or Black Myth Wukong, like before, you know, the most recent iteration of quote-unquote Souls-likes that we've gotten, I'm gonna be frank with you, Hollow Knight definitely does feel like it is Dark Souls, not only in mechanic. It really does feel like, oh, I'm about to go into a game that doesn't want to give me a narrative, like a linear narrative. It's going to force me to be a detective, or to, you know, have the media literacy of like, you know, a university student to really engage with it. And it's like, I don't want that with my video games just yet. I appreciate that there's video games that can do the extra level and such like that, but, you know, I'm the kind of guy that likes playing the Halo video games, and like when I go looking at Helldivers, I'm very much fine with just seeing it and going, yes, this is supposed to be a parody over fascism and is meant to be us not actually engaging with fascism and thinking it's a good idea. It would be a terrible fucking idea if someone looked at Helldivers and it's, you know, the way it depicts fascism and thinks that somehow that is seen as a... What's the word I'm looking... If someone looked at Helldivers 2 and thought that was a... what's the word? Cap, what's the word for when someone's like, ah, yes, I agree with this?
I could not tell you.
Darn. You catch more flies with honey with vinegar. Yeah, so that's the phrase. So yeah, with Hollow Knight, like when it came like 7 years ago and such like that, and everyone was saying, oh, it's a Souls-like, it's 2D, it's indie, it's lovely design and such, like supporter. Maybe, yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, because there are definitely people who are going through Helldivers 2, and yes, the joke is like it's supposed to be like Starship Troopers, where bless you. It's a parody and a joke on, like, a fascist regime and such like that. But unfortunately, you are going to find people who are... You gotta narrow down the description because, yes, I agree with this, has so many words. Okay, it's more of the case of, like... There is this interpretation where some people think that if you bring up a subject matter in your book, that you... Condone! The word is condone. So there are some people that think that if you bring up, like, you know, fascism, sexism, and like all these different isms in your book, negative isms, I should point out, by the by, negative isms, people seem to think that if the writer is bringing it up and there is a little bit of a thingamajiggy into it, and they don't do a very obvious, I do not condone this thing, they feel like that if that subject matter is present in the book and you have to come to your own conclusion of whether it's good or bad, that the writer condones it. And it's like, no, that's not how it is. Like, I feel like with the people who've made Helldivers 2 and the way Helldivers 2 is supposed to be set up, it's not meant to be condoning fascism. It's meant to be a parody. So, how did I get here? How did I get to here from Hollow Knight? Oh yeah, the media literacy thing. So yeah, looking at Hollow Knight like all those years ago, and my earlier disdain for the Souls-like genre, like just I wasn't a fan of Dark Souls, and there was lots of little things of Dark Souls I don't like. I like the mechanics of Dark Souls. I like the Metroidvania, like, level design. I think it was really clever. What I don't like about Dark Souls, and what I think a lot of people might have taken from, like, the wrong lessons when they talk about Souls-likes, like, earlier iterations of Souls-likes, are Souls-likes where it's, moral, like, there's just a moral apathy. Like, there is no, there is no, like, moral to, like, you know, understanding what is good choices, what is bad choices. And for a lot of people, they misconstrue that in some works and being, oh, every choice is just bad. And I'm like, okay, no, that's not what you want to do. That's a very pessimistic look. And I am not interested in video games that are only pessimistic, because sometimes when people make only pessimistic games, you kind of skirt over the point and you really just, you know, yeah. Joy being in my brain. Also, hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Use Nico's loadout. There we go, because I broke a lot of them. But yeah.
I did it again.
You did it again? What did you do again? Chat, what did Cap do? Cap? I'm just gonna zoom into you, okay? Like, you can't stop me. What did you do, Cap? I love how Jack writes, nothing! But yeah, I like my stream deck being able to, like, just, you know, go to the different, sections of, like, going down to here, going up to here, going back to me, then back to Cap, then a zoom in on the game, then back to me, and then we just go back to this normal view.
Actually, zoom in on me again.
What did you do?
Am I zoomed?
You're zoomed.
What
is that? What is that? What are they doing? I just wanted to see how long Cap is gonna do the musical number.
Pull my devil trigger.
All right, what is the woohoo wahoo pizza man?
Okay, so this was a meme back from when, like pre-release of Devil May Cry 5. Like it just got announced, and
okay.
they were first playing the Devil Trigger at the release event. This came off of 4chan like minutes afterwards. People were going, "Dante's fucking back, baby," because like this was I think this was post 4, so like
this is post 4, post DMC reboot.
Yeah, post 4, post DMC reboot. We see a white wacky woohoo pizza man and Mr. Nero, and we're like, we're so fucking back, baby. We're so fucking back. So basically, it was a we're so back thread, and you know what? We were so back.
Be gone! Out of the way!
And those images continued till the very fucking release date.
Fair enough. Look, I love it. I think it's a funny meme. Good for them.
Yeah.
Especially since, like, you know, like, I understand, like, the fandom's, like, disdain of the DMC reboot that they got. Like, it wasn't their Dante, to say the least.
Hashtag not my Dante.
Am I So wait, am I supposed to break this cradle, or am I supposed to jump off it? That's the thing I don't understand.
Technically you can go either or.
I need to get behind. There we go. Ow, fuck you.
I'm surprised you haven't dropped an overture bomb on them.
Oh,
But I'd wait for the
that's
big
the
guy
wrong
to
one.
go for that. Greetings, fellow demon hunters. Are we making the angels scream and the devils cry? That we are.
So yeah, this guy looks like the Knight of Sparta in a way.
Yeah, it's an Angelo.
Oh yeah, like
Devil May
from
Cry 1?
DMC 4.
Out of the way!
No, from 1.
Oh,
Don't you remember Nello Angelo from Devil May Cry 1? The boss that you fought 3 times? Virgin!
I'll be real with you. No, you Proto Angelo. I'm gonna be real with you. I look at his stuff and he's like, oh, he reminds me of the Whatsamahoozy brother from Devil May Cry 4.
Kratos. To be fair, Kratos like demon form. Super hot. Damn, did you run through 3 like Buster Arms? That's crazy.
By accident. One of them was like, you know, I held the button for too long and it exploded.
Get in there!
Issue of skill. No, I'm kidding.
Nah, no, that is a fair assessment. I just don't have the skill.
Get out of my sight!
Damn, Jack is posting me some good ass Virgils.
Are you just sharing smut with Jack? Or are you talking about memes?
Yeah.
Jack.
Also, my god, does Virgil look good in his dad's gear. My word.
I didn't know there was this side of Jack.
With the tattoos. Oh my god. I'm going to come.
I'll be real. I don't know what it is that you're sharing to Cap, and Cap just makes it sound like you're sharing Virgil smut to her, and I don't know if it's just memes or something else. But
No,
it's just funny.
It's effectively smart.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, we're just being very homosexual.
Homosexual.
Homosexual. Technically, I'm being straight.
Good for you. Yas. I don't talk about it, man, but I know good art when I see it. Look, fair enough. I'm not gonna fault you for that. I don't know, like, this might be okay. Correct me. Feel free to call me out and such like that. I feel like this might be an important teachable moment for the straight white men who still watch me. But as the straight white men, when there's someone that sees themselves as, or that identifies as asexual, any pronouns, there is, like, for whatever reason, there's like the added on what's the phrase? There's the added on marker in my head of like, oh, if asexual and any pronouns, they're not interested in any sort of smut whatsoever. That's what's the word? Prejudice? Is prejudice the right word?
No. Asexuals can be the kinkiest, smuttiest motherfuckers. They just don't like sex.
Fair. Okay.
Seriously, I've got some asexual friends that would fucking, like, drink me under the table when it comes to kinky shit.
Interesting phrasing. But yeah. No, I feel like it's... I don't know if it's just something like I need to, like, get... What's the... Words are failing me this evening. This is what happens when you put me on the spot. You have no desire to be judgmental or assuming or rude, but That's the thing, is that I think it's in this effort of trying to not be judgmental until on my side that I overcorrect. Because one, respecting pronouns and respecting sexuality. That's the first and foremost thing. So I'm gonna put this out there. I have written smut. You just don't get the privilege of reading it. Good for you, Jack. Good for you for getting the smut. It's just the yeah, I just thought this would be like I think just a moment of vulnerability of like I wasn't too sure, like, with me, when someone presents as either asexual or any gender, and there just comes this assumption as well that comes in behind it that they don't, that, you know, whoever says they're asexual or agender, there's just an assumption that comes into my head after the fact of like, okay, because they, you know, don't see, you know, of, you know, one sort of sexuality or one kind of gender, that there is no interest, like, sexually in any of the gender or sexuality, was the assumption in my head. And I feel like that's a stereotype.
I think that's a simplification.
It's a simplification, but it can also be seen as like saying it out loud makes me feel like as if I've made like a stereotype or a prejudice. It feels like. And rather than, like, you know, just leaving it to myself and such and then like letting it stew in my head and fester into something worse, I feel like it would be fair that, you know, if this mindset is raised, that at least someone either in the VC or in the chat can be like, hey, Grant, no, you are wrong.
Dude, ace people are like fucking, like, scientists with the porn they put out.
You have no idea how many ace folks write insanely good smut, lol. So is that just, so is the, okay, so in this case, the reason for that, so the reason for that commentary is just this fact, is because ace people, while not interested in, you know, one sort of sexual demographic or another, while that is excluded from them, there is still, like, a sexual desire of some sort? Or what am I feel like, where do I need to, where's the correction? What do I need to think properly?
I'm sitting out on answering this question because I'm far too not asexual. I'm very sexual.
Out of my way.
Fair. Do we have any other asexuals in the chat? I don't want to accidentally put Jack, my moderator, on the spot, trying to make it seem like as if they have to now speak for all the asexuals on the internet. That's not my intention. You know, there's different levels of ace folks, right? Like, sort of, so, like a spectrum of, like, I remember someone talked to me, like, years ago in Discord voice chat about, you know, when having the discussion about, you know, homosexual, bisexual, and what have you, is that the application of the label is no longer needing to be, you know, explicit. Like, it is, like, like there are, like you say, Jack, there are different levels. It's not just, you know, if this, else that. There's like, oh, is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Okay, so ace individuals don't desire sex themselves, but they're quite imaginative in creating sexual content. That just seems so counterintuitive. I'm not calling it wrong, just unexpected. Oh, Cap just disappeared, is he? Yeah, no, Cap just leaves their chair behind while they put themselves on mute. Either because there's something happening IRL, they need to take a quick break, or I am about to say something that's going to get me cancelled. As I see it, we're all on a spectrum of different human flavors. Yeah. I think that's probably, like, the best, one of the best descriptors I've heard. One of the best descriptors I've heard most recently when dealing with people. Like, what first, like, so the whole spectrum thing's, like, this isn't, I don't think this is, like, the scientific discovery or, like, you know, the scientific application of the quote-unquote spectrum, but I first heard of, oh, rather than having, like, explicit definitions, it's now, there's a spectrum of diagnoses and markers and what have you for for autism. And then came the change of, oh, there's no longer just an explicit sexual preference where you're either straight or you're gay or you're bi. There is now a spectrum. You could talk to me later about it. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is... We're digging ourselves quite deep in here.
Fair enough. We can move on from it. So we can just leave it at that. Is that different facets of humanity can now be identified with spectrum rather than with explicits. Any whoosies. So Hollow Knight. Is it good?
I'm playing the original one because
Uh-huh.
I haven't finished it yet. I love it. It's so fun.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I've never played the series before. So,
It's good fun.
like, is it one of those kinds of games where, similar to maybe Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where there is going to be just a lot of time
Finally
just
made it.
trying to learn the game?
About that pig.
Or...
Nah, it's a Metroidvania mainly.
Okay.
It's a bit hard, but it's not like crazy hard.
Is it a really large game, or... Because in my mind, I feel like it is...
On here? Does it still work?
I feel like it's going to take a lot longer than just, you know, 8 hours to play and to finish if you were blind to the experience.
Give me a sec. I haven't finished it, so I'll just have to check.
So,
Oh, okay.
Hollow Knight's like Hollow Knight's apparently a 20 to 30 hour game.
Ooh. That's kind of long for a indie, I feel. I don't know why. Like, for a non-open world, like, generative indie game, 20 to 30 hours, I don't know why, it just feels... It feels a little lengthy.
I'd like to think it's full. Like it's got a lot of content.
Oh, that's fair. Not not saying it's a bad thing. I feel like 20 to 30 hours in a video game is decent. I feel like there's nothing to fault a game being less than 60 hours personally.
Yo, you just here to window shop?
If a game
With the side content, it's around 41 hours, and as a completionist, it's 64 and a half hours.
What the hell is my boy reading? He's reading a flirtatious magazine, Jack. Nothing to be worried about.
He's got demonic desires for sex.
Sex! I shouldn't have said that so loud. Alright, so several times until the thingamajiggy is filled. Yeah. No, so that makes it so I can go up to several levels. Oh, I can do a 5th breaker. I'll grab a 5th breaker just so then that way I have a slot that's open. And then quit the customization. But yeah, so... actually, bringing it back to video games, I remember there was a time where... This happened with a lot of RPG games as well, where they were like, oh, this game, you can play... It will take you X amount of hours to finish it and what have you. Hi there, Hawaiian Pizza. I remember Dying Light 2 was like, oh, it's going to take you at least 100 hours to get through the main story. I don't want to play a video game for at least 100 hours just to get through the main thing. If I play a video game that goes through like 100 hours or more, then, brain. If I play a game that's 100 hours or more, that's kind of just by accident, and I just enjoy the game, and I'm playing more than just the main content.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Big Booby Zeebs. Was sad to see you get rid of the server. Yes. Going from an introspective note to, I don't know if I would call this a sour note, but it is definitely a technical negative, which is for the last month and a bit, I have been reducing the Discord server that I have. It used to be an open community server that anyone from here could have joined in on, but I just do not have the social energies. Like, you listen to me, the way I talk, the way I approach subject matters and what have you. I'm not an extrovert. I'm not socially all there. So trying to manage a Discord server is very difficult. So in order to stop myself like going stir crazy, I came to the conclusion to change the Discord server from being this, open 200 plus people and what have you to being a much smaller private Discord server. It's not there yet. I've not wanted to like just close the server and start a brand new one with only 30 people being, hey, the old one is dead and here's this new one. I didn't want to do that because I feel like some people would get a little bit annoyed that deleting one server only to create an entirely new one. Some people would just not want to deal with that. So I've been going through the process of downsizing the current server I have. And then I'm just gonna make it where only me, the moderators, and some friends are left in it. Oh, this is the segment from the start of the game.
It is.
Oh, I just recognized this.
You can go fight Urizen.
Weird name.
Think it's good to be king, huh? Not for much longer.
There we go. Understandable. Yeah. So, I've not yet gotten around to kicking people. Like, there is... There we go.
Whoa!
Oh, nice. So if I press B, it does like an instant charge up.
Hey, douchebag.
You do what helps you. Yeah. Is it me or does
But
this
if you
throne
get-
have more
Where's
skulls
Dante?
on it?
No body?
Probably does,
I got
because it's been a
Dante,
few,
turkey,
like,
nothing?
hasn't it been like a month since you last been there?
Yes, it has. It's been a few weeks.
Your reason, huh? I bet your parents didn't like you much. Cause your name sucks.
I am without a name.
The name does suck.
Power. Absolute.
Well, no name. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone.
You will suffer. and die.
All right, let's see how well I do this.
I'll show you, deadweight.
You would so readily throw away your life, child.
Oh,
You're nothing but a maggot.
Out of the way!
oh.
Lock and load.
Oh,
You shall regret your existence.
Oh my god. Your ass is not beating
It's working.
Prologue Urizen.
Done for.
is it because I'm not supposed to be hitting the crystal and it's something else?
No, you're doing exactly right, but
I'm just not.
you are not worthy as my opponent.
How am I supposed to deal with this? Like the bubble.
The bubble? You just like dodge out of the way. They will pop up. And also air tone. That gives you an extra like air time. Also, Jack has asked if you want to see some of the artwork they've been sending me.
You can drop it in. There's always the art channel. But if it is actually like not safe for work, then probably send it as
Oh
a
no,
not safe for work.
it's not pornographic.
No, then just drop it in
It's
the art
just hot.
channel. Oh, I am nearly dead. That was not my intention.
Yeah.
Gerber,
Oh,
it's almost broken. You ready to get slapped?
Can you get all these links into a notepad so I
oh,
can
shit.
copy them easier?
Remember the ancient. Don't die. Will do. Let me use a gold orb.
Punchline.
Look, I don't know what this guy's gonna do, and I don't exactly want to like go through the continue phase and all that kind of nonsense. I haven't even gotten his like crystal destroyed. Okay, now I did. Unless I was missing like a critical mechanic to destroy that crystal easier than last time.
It's
No, you were right.
time I landed something.
Okay.
Weak mortal.
Ah.
Demon power does not course through your veins, yet you try. How dare you strike me?
Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah, technically speaking, Nero doesn't have a like demon blood in him or anything like that. Like the harm he had was because
You
of
will
experimentation.
regret
That was the
being
first thing.
Yeah.
born useless and human.
Is it right?
I will show you your worst nightmares. I will give you despair
Oh shit.
and
Yes.
death. Scatter like dust. Witness the true power. You
It does look like a token villain.
scum. Nowhere to go.
Specifically like haste and everything. He's a bit too detailed to be a show-off villain.
Well, come on. Okay, I'm getting, like, hit really strongly by this.
Run while you can.
It's me dead again, I think.
Yep.
And you tell me I'm supposed to be able to defeat this guy even at, like, the prologue stage, which I don't
Yeah.
think is possible.
Yeah.
Petulant mortal flesh. Cursed the moment you were brought into this world.
He's an asshole. Dante?
Yeah.
Who dares interfere?
Doesn't that form look familiar?
Oh, yeah, this is the Devil Trigger form you've drawn for me. That's what I am right now.
Yeah. So good job on Sir Dragon. Nice timing.
Yeah.
Stands against a king.
Is that a demon?
See, he's got the hair and the demon core.
Yep.
I didn't give you wings because, like, those muscles cannot fly.
With V determined to seek out Sparta, Nero went on his own way and confronted blah blah blah. I guess we're now playing as what?
Virgin.
A few weeks ago. May 3rd. Yep. Oh, he's reading the same titty magazine as Nero did in the previous mission.
Yeah.
I could have.
Bless you.
I got some good news and some bad news.
Bless you.
Pick
Damn
your
it.
poison. Which you want to hear first?
He actually did it.
Just speak.
Code sent me is cold.
Bad news it is.
Darn. Should have said no.
Lady Patty's feathers.
I did say
are
no.
ruffled. See, she wants to invite you to her birthday party, but your phone is disconnected.
You're a smart one, Morrison. You notice the electric and water out too?
I expected nothing less.
Where is this on the
So it's the
timeline?
good
Is this
news.
still before Devil May Cry 2,
I got a
technically?
gig, cash up front.
No, this is.
Cash
No, this is
up front.
post.
This I like.
I think you missed the
water needs
timeline.
turning on, and those toilets need flushing.
It goes 3, 1, 2, 4, and then
Water,
5.
gas,
No.
power.
I remember looking this up online.
Coming
It
out
goes
of your
3,
cut.
1, 4,
You're a real
2.
agency now.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
I
it
heard.
doesn't.
It doesn't?
That was the old timeline. Got retconned.
Okay.
Devil May Cry.
Dante, do you have any idea how many times I've tried to call? Like a zillion. Oh my god, tonight's my birthday party. Yeah, I'm turning 18. Not a little kid.
She's from the anime, but not the new one.
Okay. No idea who she is.
Okay, Morrison, I'll take you up on that gig, but only if you can get me out of that hellish birthday party.
Consider your RSVP declined. Meet your new client. Listen, I'm gonna find Lady and Trish.
He was
Bring
hoping
him in
for a
on
chick.
this.
What? Come on! You don't think I can handle this gig on my own?
It's a big job. Big job, Dante.
Good luck.
You're gonna need the help.
You should really
So,
watch the anime and the Netflix
what's your name?
cartoon. I probably should at some point.
I have no name.
There's one thing I like about the Netflix cartoon. That's the bunny guy.
Everyone likes the bunny guy. The only thing of the Netflix
Just kidding.
cartoon I've seen
You can call me
is
V.
Okay.
the
V.
joke of like the American
tell
military
me
is just
everything
more
about this
powerful
job.
than any demon, and it just shows off all the bombings and such. And I'm like, is this meant to be war propaganda?
Dante.
Yeah. What the fuck is a kilometer?
Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line?
This is special.
Special.
Ardo Pellis. Okay, so
So what's so special about this one?
I can't pause this, unfortunately.
This
because
demon
if I press start, it
is your
skips it.
reason. Your
Just let
reason
it play
for
out.
fighting.
This demon is your reason.
This demon got a name?
Is V about to say Virgil? He's doing a weird thing with his lip, and I'm like, that looks like he's about to say Virgil, like Virgil.
Is he?
Is he? I reckon he is.
Is he?
I heard the Netflix show wasn't that great, but war propaganda. Okay, so to explain the war propaganda segment, so there is. I only seen this on TikTok, where basically like a U.S. general or some nonsense smoking a cigar, grinning ear to ear, as like YouTube, like, you know, the latest and greatest in American, like, you know, Air Force and such like that, like flies through a demon portal, and the next thing you see is just carpet bombings and, like, you know, tactical missiles and all this kind of nonsense.
Hey, it's not just any U.S. general. That's U.S. General Kevin Conroy.
Who?
Kevin Conroy. I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am
okay,
Batman.
You mean the VA is Kevin Conroy? I thought you meant like a legitimate person, general, not the VA. I was so lost. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, I just call him Kevin Conroy because I forgot his name.
Fair enough. R.I.P. But yeah,
Rest
so there. I don't know why. It's just really funny to me because normally in anime and Japanese media, there's always this infantilization of like the mythic being more powerful than modern technology.
What the hell?
Like there's always this thing of somehow a swordsman is faster and more powerful than a gun. Like, I don't subscribe to that. So
except for in
animes-
Gate.
Sorry?
Well,
Except for in Gate.
then I guess we keep going.
There are some animes where they do show like, oh yeah, modern military will best any fantasy element. And that was shown. I remember there was one where it was like a reverse isekai, where there was like a portal opened up in Japan, so the Japanese military went through it first, and
Yeah, that's Gate.
That's Gate? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Gate's great. I love Gate.
Cool. Awesome. I need to watch that. I need to put that on my to-do list.
It's on Amazon.
He needs to read Visions of V. Jack, why are you so passionate?
Also, you don't need to read Visions of V yet. You need to finish the game first, because Visions of V has spoilers.
Die. Pierce throne. The end is now.
I'm sorry for liking Devil May. No, it's not about the liking Devil May Cry. It's the Okay, there are times where I hear you're passionate. But the thing is that I feel like this passion only comes in
because I am so fucking dumb that I have also aggravated you in some way. Like, that's the thing, is like, I don't know when I've made you excited for something or when I've made you angry for my himboism.
Nah, it's all excitement.
It's all excitement. All excitement, no ang.
Yeah.
They're fine with me going through Devil May Cry twice and not going through Devil May Cry 3 via the Virgil.
That's a bit annoying, but we'll live with it.
You'll live with it.
Alright, my turn now.
Yeah. Thanks, Adi Shankar.
I have to keep going.
Seriously, what was his fucking deal? Adi Shankar is a massive narcissist.
Pierce throne.
Fucked everything up.
At your pleasure. Dig. Pin him to the wall. Retreat. Damn it.
Oh. Where's my bird?
This is...
Where's my bird?
I think your bird dead.
Is there a way for him to, like, just touch the orb and make it go back faster? Would be great.
No.
Cool.
Resist all you want.
Wait, am I supposed to do something?
What a pitiful sight.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do there. The DMC Netflix politics is so frustrating. Oh, yeah, no, I figured it was, because I know, like, everyone was very annoyed with it, and I can kind of already see it because, you know, they, once again, in the one clip of Devil May Cry, like, anime that I saw with them, like, doing the whole military thing and such, they show demons clutching in fear, and I'm like, are they about to do the narrative of, oh, demons are just misunderstood, they're not inherently evil, which, like, I'm gonna be real, that is not
Done
a take.
to death.
Like, it's not that it's being done to death, it's that it doesn't really do anything for us. Like it's one of those things of, yeah, actually, no, probably done to death is probably the way to describe it, because, you know, if it gets done enough times, you have to be able to do it with nuance, because much like with the, oh, what if Superman was evil? Absolute power absolutely corrupts. It's like, yeah, you know, that's a pretty interesting, like, you know, philosophical thingamadoog, but, you know...
That's not Superman.
That's, yeah.
And also, Jesus Christ, could you, like, fucking... not for, like, once. Give us something with substance.
Yep.
Erase you all. And your
there we go.
blast.
But yeah, I'm not a fan of playing as V, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not familiar with his,
Settle back.
Yeah. Everyone likes the rabbit, everyone hates the anime in its entirety.
Up you go.
Yep.
Scorch them.
I kind of like the design for Dante in the show. However, I don't like this design of Dante's DT in the show. And that's mainly because, like, they overuse 3D animation for it as a crutch.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm disappointed of learning about is that, yeah, like, 2D animation still has a place in creating, like, media and what have you, and there was, like, this huge, like, push for 3D, and some people are like, oh, why did this happen? And, like, the reason it happened is because, like, 3D animation and VFX is not unionized like 2D animation and artists. So what ends up happening is you just have all these workers that are, like, you know, overworked and underpaid.
Gouge them.
Basically,
Yep.
blame capitalism.
Yep. That's the easiest way. Also, why?
And
This
when
is
don't
the,
I
this is the
blame
problem. Is like when I
capitalism?
have, like, multiple peeps and, like, some of them are more powerful than others. It's like, how do I really do this? How do I really do the combat of V without it just being pressing buttons randomly? I feel like, you know, the younger cousin in a fighting game where, you know, I'm not really pressing the buttons in a fashion that is actually conducive to a good fighting game experience.
I might just dictate Izzy's comment for you. I wouldn't even be.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't even be against the hell is another country in DMC, but the way it's handled sucks so much ass because we lived in a post 9/11 world where it's pretty much explicit that US has always been the aggressor first. For the US to invade hell out of religious obligation with the allusions to the Iraq War is just being edgy, is being too edgy with your teenage politics.
Yeah. No, I agree with Izzy on that assessment. I have not watched the anime, so I cannot, like, you know, say, like, if I'm missing any, like, critical thing. Oh, damn it, how do I get up? I'll figure out how to get to that thingy-majiggy another way. But, it is, like, probably one of the craziest, or not crazy, sorry, one of the toughest things to try and do is how do you present war negatively without dragging the United States into it. Because the unfortunate fact is that to present war negatively, you will have to present instigators and aggressors of war negatively too. And like, you know, the only like country that has been, you know, actively in war that, you know, is being discussed and such without it, you know, turning into, you know, getting into like the nitty-gritty of the war, like the reason why there's a war and such like that. Unfortunately, you'll have to it's going to be the United States. They have
I mean, there's two
all
other
kinds of
countries that I could think of.
Yeah, they're okay. If you talk about like Russia v Ukraine, it's like United States is involved in that because United States is irrevocably involved in any large-scale warfare because who gets to, you know, sell arms and such like that? It's the Americans. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? It's like making everything explode and make noises.
Also, morning, Minty.
Hi, Minty.
You walked in for Devil May Cry and you walked into a fucking like glass table politics talk.
Yeah. So that's like one of the issues of like to speak negatively of war means that you will need to speak negatively of those who engage in war, and it is like getting like we're long past World War II. Very few countries engage in oh shit, they're dead, and I have like no good ways of dealing with this.
Read some poetry while you dodge.
The angel that slice him.
Let me see if this does it.
Gouge him.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I remember hearing a quote. I don't know the exact like person who said it, but it goes along the lines of any media regarding or containing war is pro-war propaganda.
Yeah.
Because no matter how like evil and ugly you make it, it'll always be, what's the word, treated as a worthy sacrifice.
Yeah. That is the danger.
Grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. I have to keep going.
There we go. One day I will figure out. One day I'll figure out V, but it's not today.
Pin him to the wall.
There we go. Yeah. Her did an amazing job with the Metal Gear Solid series. Haven't played, so not sure on that one. Oh yeah, no, I haven't played the Metal Gear Solid series either, other than Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. That's the only one I've played, and I feel like that one isn't even really a true Metal Gear Solid because, you know, Kojima got kicked out. And in my experiences of playing through Death Stranding 1 and Death Stranding 2, the flavor of Death Stranding is very different to the flavor of Phantom Pain. So I feel like there might be like an element of Metal Gear that is lost in Phantom Pain compared to other Metal Gear games. So yeah. Everyone's favorite goth twink Pokemon trainer. Who's everyone's favorite goth twink?
V.
Oh. The problem with making not to hawkish themselves, they see people getting mangled in their early actions. Ooh, simplify. Yeah. So, no. War. Very difficult. It's very difficult in this age to present it because unfortunately, yeah, there needs to. The people you have to do commentary of are very much alive right now, and you know most of the people that probably need the criticism, you are probably a resident of the country that need that criticism. So there are some people where there will be this, because I'll be real with you, there's definitely that feeling within me sometimes where speaking negatively of a country that you are native to
But the past
can be very difficult because it's like you don't feel like the negativity is worthy sometimes because you're like because you know if you are part of that country then possibly you are being seen negatively by extension because if the country is negative then the people are too and such, and it's like no like that's the this is where the criticism needs to happen, is that there needs to be an understanding of like there's a difference between the people in the country and the people that run the country. You was going to use references to the Metal Gear Solid series to support my point, but I'm not going to spoil for you. No, thank you, I appreciate it. I wouldn't think so, not because didn't try, but just because the people who need to understand it too stupid. Like me! I'm stupid. I need people to explain things beyond the surface level a lot of the times. I have most certainly missed out on Devil May Cry 4 having the, you know, the questions of, like, you know, church indoctrination and such like that and all that nonsense.
Yeah, people are making MGS content with Gen AI, and, like, tell me you haven't played Metal Gear without telling me you haven't played Metal Gear.
Oh, does it actually make commentaries about generative AI in that game as well? I know they're making commentary of, like, algorithm and I feel like by extension generative AI in the Death Stranding 2, because I just got to that part. And also, they do something really fucking weird, which is have a dance number in the middle of the cutscene as well, which makes no sense to me. Oh, Jesus. Hi there, Grave Lord.
You'll see when you play through the Metal Gear series.
Sorry?
You'll see when you play the Metal Gear series after this.
Will do. It is on my to-do list. I'm pretty sure I have the first Metal Gear Solid game on the PlayStation as well, so it won't deal with stuttery nonsense and such.
I still need to get the Metal Gear series. I don't have
people
it yet.
who are making MGS content with generated. That's how bad it is. Yeah. To be fair, there's always... Yeah. There are people that are using generative AI. Like, ever since someone was like, oh, we have used generative AI to make photos look like Studio Ghibli style. And I'm just thinking to myself, we have seen Miyazaki, not the Dark Souls Miyazaki, the other Miyazaki. We have seen Miyazaki be presented an AI, like, learning program that made a creature in 3D walk. And, like, it trained itself to walk, and it was like, oh, after 10,000 iterations, it almost looks human. This would be amazing for some of your work, I imagine, by having this 3D model go through, you know, learning algorithms and such. Wouldn't that be great? And then Miyazaki, like, looks at this and is like, this is deplorable. This is a stain on humanity, and I hope this never sees the light of day. Word for word, beat for beat. That is how he described it. Miyazaki is a bit of an asshole, like, just FYI, there was a time that his son did like a movie or something like that, and the drama queen Miyazaki he walked out of the cinema, took a drag of cigarette, and was like, my son will never accomplish great things. And it's just sort of like, Miyazaki, just say good job, okay? Like, you didn't need to be so extra for the camera.
Night Sky Gem paid me to say
Miyazaki is an asshole, but, like, also... He is kind of spitting sometimes.
He is kind of spitting. Like, that's the thing. It's like when he went to Disney with the katana, when he gifted Disney the katana when they were doing his distribution of Spirited Away, and he's like, no cuts. He's like, yep, cool, great threats there. Or the commentary to AI, or the fact that he hates the Beatles. He was annoyed by them.
I agree. I hate the Beatles.
But yeah, then there are just some things where it's just like, you know, if we were in a 40k universe, he would definitely be the Emperor, where it's just like, can you just, like, tell Horus more positive affirmations so we won't have the potentiality of you breaking the universe?
No, fuck that guy.
Also, I don't know if I did that correctly. Also, you are a moderator, you know, Cap. You can, like, allow these messages.
Oh, right, my bad. I was looking online for Metal Gear.
Unfortunately, that's just par for the course in anything. Right-wingers just thought the show The Boys was only about naughty superheroes and was in no way making fun of them. I think there are some that are catching on to it here and there, but it's one of those... this is one of those very fun cases where I remember someone did a study or something like that, and the unfortunate side is that like there are people like who think like there are like it's now down to a math or something like that where people honestly think they are smarter than they actually are, and it's like it doesn't matter like what intellect level you are. Everyone assesses themselves smarter than their actual level.
See, not me. I'm stupid as shit.
Yeah, like if it was like, you know, proper census data kind of thing. So Upsy daisy. Ooh, there we go. Upsy daisy. I'm coming. Ah, I can't get him to jump for me.
It's your turn.
You think Dante's dead?
Quite possibly. He has no reason to keep Dante alive.
So, all I know is I know nothing. Yeah, so there is definitely a case of, you know, there's a bell curve where where there's like a threshold or something like that where some people are like, oh, once you get to like this kind of intellect level, you do kind of understand that your knowledge base is actually limited and what have you. But like, you know, like that's not everyone. Like that is a very above level like thinking. And the fact is that not everyone thinks that way. And it's like, even then it's limited. It's like, oh, you just, you know, in the area you agree on, like you decide to not be knowledgeable on, you will say, you know, I'm not knowledgeable in this thing. But there's definitely areas where you may be knowledgeable on something, and it's like,
slice it.
Oh, come on. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just get that arrow.
Man, I'm so hungry. I want to order pizza. I think my mom just got here, so I'm gonna go ask you.
Dunning-Kruger? Who the fuck is Dunning-Kruger?
I think he's the guy who did All I Know Is That Oh, it's cognitive bias.
Cognitive bias. Ah, okay. That might be who it is.
It's the thing you were fucking talking about. The Dunning-Kruger effect is the cognitive bias which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. I shall be right be.
Not to worry, not to worry. There's so many generative AI Ghibli shit being printed at my workplace, so you fucking hate it here. Man, that is annoying. I can understand Jack being an absolute hater of that. I also have to deal with the fact that, like, I don't know if we're hitting generative AI in our workspace, but unfortunately, if you are in a tech company, or quite frankly, if you are in an Australian company, actually, that's probably the more crazier thing, you're probably dealing with AI in an Australian company. There was a research that was done where while Australia is not like the biggest provider or support or like, you know, financial backer of AI, Australia is like the second highest user of generative AI and deep learning algorithm AI, like as a consumer, not as a like a research. Like that's the craziest thing I've learned in Australia. The Dunning-Kruger effect is the bell curve you just described. Ah, okay. Thank you, Izzy. Bananas are high in potassium. Yep, bananas are high in potassium. I know that much. Oh,
go. Great use.
Oh, nice. Sometimes I think I know this combat system for V, and sometimes I don't. So yeah, so we're not I don't know if we're using generative AI art in my in the place that I work, but we are using AI, and it is honestly infuriating. Anytime people bring up AI in like my vicinity and such like that, I do have to just sort of be like, I do not support it, and I am just irrevocably against it. So, because like the easiest way I can describe why why I don't support it is because the way it is being applied right now is the equivalency of someone being given a graphics calculator and saying they are a rocket scientist for having the tool.
Nani?
It's very much what do they say about AI in your work? I try not to listen too hard into it because it's AI yeah. Also, I didn't bother getting a subscription to it or anything like that, like some people at the work do. But the way it's described is that AI is they very much interpret it as it's a tool that is necessary to be used for analytics and optimization. Like, that's the way they see it, is that they see it as a means of, oh, we're doing fine now, but we can do better if we apply everything we're doing through AI for a tidbit, and then bring it and working how to integrate it back into our workload and into our flow. That's how it sounds like to me. So annoyed at AI art. When I first encountered it a couple years ago, I thought it was neat. I didn't realize it was going to explode and be abused this instant. I think the problem is that very few people knew it would be exploited this way. But I think the minute they made it a subscription for people to just freely generate like 1,000 free art a day, and that it was scraping like, you know, existing IP that was copywritten and such, I think when it did that, that's when like the floodgates opened, and it very much was you cannot put this genie back into the bottle. Like, much like Napster for the Napster on the internet for music, generative AI for the art. Like, we cannot remove this. The only way is forward at this point, and we have probably picked like one of the like the worst timelines where, you know, the people that are getting into this are not like, you know, the smartest people in the bunch who are, you know, coming into this as to, no, let's protect, you know, this IP as best as we can. They're coming into this with a, you know, how do we screw over the original creators?
Up you go.
How do I deal with you? Also, hi there, resident Fed boy. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. You're coming in at a point in time where we're doing some very fun, like just sort of armchairy discussion about. Earlier, it was about like, you know, how poor the Devil May Cry anime is because, you know, there isn't exactly like not anyone can really do a really good anti-war, or especially when the United States military is involved. And that led into, like, you know, interpretation of... Am I getting stabbed by the sword when I do that? Or is it something else?
Pierce through. Reap what you sow.
Could you, like, stop flying up so high?
Die. Ascend. Reap what you sow. Pin him to the ground.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead. I have to
All right,
keep
fuck
going.
it. Nightmare. Let's get you out. Maybe you will make this easier
Return.
for me.
At your pleasure. The end is
there. We go. To be honest, the rest of the writing on that show isn't particularly good either. Yeah, no, like, I will need to watch it to form an opinion, but it's like, there's already like a lot of stuff that I need to consume as well. And I know that Blue Foxy Nicey Icy wants to try and do a movie night for their Discord server, and I am very much in support of them during Fern Gully. I have not seen Fern Gully. I would very much like to see it. The only thing of Fern Gully I know is the fact that there's like a sexy slug monster. I don't know why.
He's a smoke monster. He's hot. He's voiced by Tim Curry.
Yeah, there's a smog or smoke monster, and for whatever reason, they really had a sex appeal for villains in the 90s for whatever reason. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so glad you're here, Cap, because it means that I can have this running in the background. Not that. Not this. Where's the button? Here's the button. I can, because yeah, unfortunately it's a number 2. Don Bluth was just horny like that. I feel like there's a lot of artists that are horny like that. But yeah,
I'm horny like that.
But yeah, I will need to also get my thoughts together about like whatever the latest topic we were discussing was before. Oh yeah, it was about generative AI. Then it was Studio Ghibli nonsense, and then it was Metal Gear. Anyway, bathroom. I'm so sorry. Bathroom. Occupy my chat. And then
What the shit? They've changed the Domino's minimum order from $21.90 to $30.
Okay.
This is out-fucking-rageous.
Are you ordering Domino's? Yeah.
I am. They've hiked up the price for Domino's.
That was close.
This
That
is
was close.
some horse
That
shit.
was good. How are you doing this morning, Coach? I can show. There's a move gizmo, isn't there? Yeah, there is. All right. Oh my gosh, you can like. All right.
But
Zero.
good news. I'll order it anyway because I've got enough money.
There we go. All right. So. Yep. And then I'm gonna uncheck the face part, so then that way I can.
There we go. That.
Oh, hang on. I've got a magnet on the back.
Yeah. So.
I would show you guys cat cam, but I don't think
Oh wait, can you?
I
Like,
have the
hover
permissions
over
for that. Anywho, they raised the price of
Is that your taser, or you just happen to
the
see?
Domino's delivery fucking minimum
I
order
was
to
making
$30.
Anything they want.
But I was able to get a pizza and some
Got
churros.
some lovely meat with some cheese and dripping it in honey.
I mean, does anywhere support their vets? Pretty sure Australia doesn't good.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Domino's.
Spin! You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Don't care for full.
Are you gonna be good?
How did you get in here?
Gonna be a good boy?
I'm here for Martin.
He's back there.
He's laying on my bed right now. He's sleepy. Sleepy little baby.
Brother Martin.
Have you brought help? We've been trapped here since the Daedra overran the city.
Is that Sean Bean?
Yeah.
What the fuck is Sean Bean doing in here? He's gonna die in like 10 minutes after I meet him now. Sometimes you just ask, and sometimes it happens. Oh my god, it's a clockwork orange tree. Well, I thought it was a number 2. It was not. For the viewers, I'm not so old where every fart cannot be trusted, but I very much want to keep my record of number of times shit on stream to 0. So, yeah, sorry about that advertisement break. So yeah, where was it? That Iraq War was at the bit, what the bit was the end, and then immediately into an ad for the Veterans Crisis line. Look, gotta support our troops. Honestly, though, like my mom, she supports veterans and what have you. Like, I don't know if this is just like a hugely like U.S. thing, but huge like veteran like care and support in the, you know, individual end and such like that. Whereas here in like Australia, barely any recognition of veterans beyond Anzac Day. Like there isn't. I guess maybe it's just the case of like Australia doesn't treat their veterans like shit, like, you know, economically speaking. So there isn't like a need to put on, you know,
parades and shit.
That, yeah. There doesn't need to be a thing of like, you know, you're at stadiums and things where it's like, and please stand, may our veterans please stand and for the national anthem or something like that. Instead, it's in Australia, it's entirely different stuff, such as please have a minute in it for this advertisement of betting, or please stay silent for a minute. I don't know. Thought I was onto something, but I wasn't. I'm dumb that way. Next time I need to keep notes.
All right, Missy, you're on.
Keep squawking, little chickie.
Be a chicken. Did he just steal V's cane?
Yeah, he does that. He's a dickhead.
Well, yeah. See ya.
karma, bitch.
That's what he deserves.
Oh, she is definitely trying to kill that chicken.
Yeah, she doesn't like that fucking chicken.
You fat fuck!
How is her gear not being destroyed in the truck when she does this shit?
Impressive.
Like, does she just have everything like on bungee cords and tied down? And when she does this, oh my god, you can see her like going from like one part of the what's Mahuzi to another.
It's science magic.
Yep. Oh, my beloved. All right, so the abilities I have utilizes thingy, and then we got promotion to ride upon in the midair. Use as a step to perform a double jump. While DT is active, will be at a reduced rate. More likely to gain gain orbs when thingy is active. More likely. And then we got alright, and then RB back hold long for release. Ah, okay, so that's why I was doing that. And then flank attack is pressing forward. That slams into the enemy. Reduce the time needed for Griffin to recover. Increases Griffin's defense. Yep, we're gonna increase Griffin's defense. And we're gonna go for a double check. And then for Shadow, meanwhile, I like the idea of that sweeping thing, so we're gonna get him that. I can't get him the Vigor, but I can make it so that I can do the thingamadoog. Alright. Heal turn, earn towards vet, I mean. It's a leftover from the US's heal face turn about the Vietnam War ended. Or how the Vietnam War ended for the veterans. Ah, okay.
You need a hug?
This present. It's the Devil Sword Sparta. No doubt about it.
There we go. Sorry.
Nice one.
Yeah. So no. Metal... So yeah, I have not played the Metal Gear Solid series, but from what I've heard, it is a good series and is like proper commentary on the military. Not just like military in the sense of like, oh, you know, bless you. Not like military of like, you know, looking at it back in like World War I, World War II stuff, but like modern military, like the industrial war complex, the, you know, spy agencies, and then like, you know, the placement of AI and contractors. I don't know how AI gets into it because I've not seen like, you know, crazy robots or anything like that other than in Metal Gear Solid Revengeance or whatever the fuck it's called with the ninja robot.
I mean, those were in 4 too.
This isn't good.
I have not played 4.
Eradicate them all.
Oh, the eyeballs are bombs. Okay.
Gouge them. The angel that presided on my birth said little creatures found of joy and mirth or love without the help of men. This is your misery, Pierce Throne.
So I need to be mindful of the eyeballs.
Retreat. You like to
There we go.
The floor is yours.
I find it so tragic that there are vets out there that think supporting war and warmongers is good. Like, did they not get your fill of bloodshed back in Nam or the Middle East? Yeah. That's a shame. Not too sure why they think this.
Pin him to the wall.
Maybe they think it just because it's like the people they are explicitly supporting, like, while yes, they are interested in still doing war and what have you, unfortunately they're looking at an individual that they were like, oh, this man batted for me, when no one else did, and it's just unfortunate. It was like, yeah, the reason that he supported you was because he was only interested in you when you were useful as a soldier or what have you, and not as like a person, which other people potentially could. That quote, Arda, the angel that presides over my birth. Like, is that from the? Was that something that was said by V just earlier? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, he says it when like when you read the book.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be real with you. I barely pay attention to what V's like melodrama ass is saying when he's reading his book. I'm sorry. It is a little bit beyond me.
That's fair.
So, why is V interested in Sparta?
Playing the game will reveal the questions that you have about the game.
Questions about the game. Game shall be explained by playing the game.
Exactly.
Your skinny ass can't pick that up.
Exactly.
Oh my god, he's actually doing it. He's actually... Oh, never mind. Sorry.
It seems this sword is still too strong for me.
So close, though. So close. You got a lot of heart, kid. You really do, but you're a bit of a sissy in the strength department. Oh, hey. No offense, son. You know.
Is he just gonna leave it there, though?
Nero. He has the strength.
It speaks.
Oh my god, he's actually just dragging the sword with him now? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dante.
Okay. Jesus Christ, you're nearly dead, man. Of course, Dante, looking fucking dead, has to hit the pose like a Fallout 3 or 4 skeleton, being like, "Nah, hang on, fam. I need to make a narrative message."
Yeah.
He's alive. He's alive.
The Devil's Sword Sparta.
I need to orify him even in death.
Feeling Dante's presence.
How does one friggin'
He
guy
thinks he's
have
Piccolo.
so much luck, huh? V? No. Get a grip on yourself now. Come on.
If only you could defeat Urizen. If only. No.
V? No.
If only you never existed. Then I...
Don't do it, V. No!
Okay, this could go one of two ways, but I feel like Dante is going to be alive at the end of it. Either Dante does a cool thing with Ebony and Ivory or some nonsense or Royal Guard and doesn't get stabbed by the sword, takes it off of V, showing off how weak V is in strength compared to Dante, or Dante gets stabbed anyway, but as we have seen in Devil May Cry 1, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 3, and Devil May Cry 4, Dante doesn't really get a debuff for getting stabbed in the chest.
Getting stabbed is how he stims.
It's his wake-up call. Oh, okay, so this is before the events of the prologue.
This is before the events of Devil May Cry 3.
No matter what happens, you mustn't leave.
Wait, are we getting background story? I thought we got all this.
I promise I'll be back. I know this is hard. You must listen to me.
Congrats, you now can see what Eva looks like.
Yeah, we already kind of knew that Trish looked very similar to his mom because that was Mundus's doing.
You must run.
Yeah.
By yourself, alone. You must change your name. Forget your past and start a new life. As someone else. A new beginning. Virgil! Where are you, Virgil?
Not great. Can be like that. Again, they see people getting mangled. June 15th. There we go.
Oh, for a second there, I thought you were gonna shish kebab me.
I know how stubborn you can be. I thought it might be the only way to wake you.
What day is it?
The 15th of June.
A month?
Wait, how many times have people shared that on the 15th of June in real life?
Sunshine, now put a fire under
A few times now.
Annoying pimple Nero is making a beeline for your residence.
It's like Mean Girl, where they're like, oh, October 3rd.
Hey, this is my gig. Leave Nero out of this.
If you could defeat yours, then I never would have dreamed of using that child.
Yeah. Speaking of the bad place, Arlo, you should watch The Good Place. It's a great TV show. I highly recommend it.
More than we ever could have imagined.
It's done by one of the writers from Parks and Rec, and I'll be frank with you, like, normally when you go through sitcoms, the first season, sometimes the first 2 seasons are messy. Like, Parks and Rec didn't exactly know where it wanted to be in the first season, but then it, you know, cleaned itself up in season 2, and then moving forward, was able to have a banger after banger. The Office US tried to just copy The Office UK, but then they decided, no, we don't need to do that, and fixed themselves up in the second season, and it was baller.
There's no crime in your tail, V. These things might be a little too much for you.
The meanwhile, The Good Place.
I'll leave the rest.
First season, good. Second season is a banger. Third season, honestly, absolutely enjoyed it. Like, The Good Place, one of the few Netflix TV shows that I appreciate they got done. Also, hi Pangaro, welcome. Holy crap, it's 4 a.m. I must have hopped by 3 streamers.
This garbage.
Raid hop? There has been no raids. You're just here.
Hurry up, Dante.
Not unless you got, like, not unless someone raided into me back on Sunday stream, and you've just been sitting here with the game on, like, displayed here for over 24 hours. So, yeah. Also, thank you for the boop set rack. Every fucking year, I just see it on the DMC servers. I'm not in the DMC server, so I don't get to see the June 15th. If stuff hits me from outside fandoms, it's gonna pop up on me either on Blue Sky, X/Twitter, or on TikTok. I will be real with you. My TikTok has been infected more and more with Kingdom Hearts. I can never get away from Kingdom Hearts. After binging through Kingdom Hearts for 6 months, I will never be
Palos
free.
demands you drink.
Yep, sippy time.
Have you seen Riku's voice actors playing through Kingdom Hearts now?
Oh, is he now? Good for him.
Yeah, and he's like the biggest Soriku shipper ever.
Like Sora Riku cross shipping. Is that what it's
Yeah.
What the fuck? I can change.
Also, I'll be right back. My pizza's here.
Nice.
Bonkers.
What date is it? 8th of September. A month? It probably has been a month. Actually, when was the last time you were in one of my streams, Pangaro? So, where's my brain? Sorry, hang on. Forgot I left my Twitch on. Raids properly. The Barapex have a gravitational pull. The Barapex could have a gravitational pull. Very much so. Dante time. Yay, Dante time. We are going with... Alright, so now we get to play as Dante. 10 missions in, and we now play as Dante, the titular character. Left trigger or right trigger. You can quickly change your weapon at any time. Press the left trigger to change long-range weapons and right trigger to change close range. You can also change which weapons you want to use in their order at the customization menu.
Ugh. Did that guy really do this?
I have no clue what the second weapon is.
Taste.
What the... Changing styles with the directionals and using a style B. Use B to change it onto a style. B will perform different actions depending on the style. Trickster styles enhances movements and gives you more freedom. Gunslinger does more guns. Swordmaster does, you know, thingamadiggies. And then Royal Guard. A style geared towards defense. Turn the tables with powerful counterattacks. Guarding consumes the Devil Trigger gauge and nullifies enemy attacks. Oh, Jesus, fuck that.
Yeah! Yeah!
There we go. There we go. The titular character is V. It's in the name. You hate Dante's theme? I am not paying attention to the music. It is just doing beeps and boops. The only time I pay attention to music is when I'm not playing the video game, like during a cutscene, perhaps. I have no idea what Dante's theme was then. It was all just noise in the background for me, Jack. Okay, is this Dante's theme that I'm listening to right now? Devil Trigger. Press DT at level 3. When it's at or higher, press limit. Your HP will slowly recover. Gain boosted attack, defense, and speed. Press to close to deactivate this form. Cool.
Nani?
Ah! Oh yeah, there's no Discord anymore, Pangaro. For the last like over month, I have been working on sunsetting the Discord server. So instead of it being a community server open to everyone, because of, you know, just the amount of energy I was losing out trying to manage it and like, you know, the stress and what have you, I have now moved towards having the Discord server become a private one with only friends. So at one point I'm going to need to start like kicking people out of the Discord server as well, because there's like there's close to 200 people in there. And I'm going to be frank with you, that's too many people for me. I need to cull that shit down to like 30 or 50 of my friends. Friends and acquaintances online.
I'm definitely in that motherfucker.
Yeah, no, you are. Fun fact, if I have let you into my, like, VC, and we've been in, like, VC and chatted on more than one occasion, you're probably going to be one of the people that stick around, but otherwise, everyone else is probably going to get kicked. People who actually talk. Yeah. That's probably the way I would describe it. So. Where was I in my... What did I miss in the list? So, Jack hates the Dante theme for whatever reason. It's not Ardo's favorite. Apparently it's because it's grunge metal. So, alright. Trigger Heart. While is active, will deplete at a reduced rate. Yes, please. That's always a good one to activate.
Yeah. If you think Subhuman's bad now, back when it was pre-release of the game, the trailer mix for Subhuman was garbage.
Ah. I would hate.
They had to change it before the release.
I would hate you if you kicked my ass out. Jack, if I kicked you out, it would either be by accident or it would be for a bit, and it would only last for like maybe 5 minutes tops. Although having said that now, it is very tempting to just kick you immediately, laugh, and then send you an invite. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play with your heart, your achy breaky heart. Oh wait, hang on. No, not do Stinger 2. We need to do 1,000,000 stabs. The fuck is Balrog? I don't remember Balrog. Purple orbs, because we can.
Oh, Balrog's just your average punchy, like Ifrit.
Okay, so why don't I have Ifrit?
He sold Ifrit.
Serious?
Dude, he sells all of his weapons.
That probably explains why, like, I just have only Rebellion and whatever the fuck those fists are. I forgot to showcase my emotes from my channel. I've been meaning to share them to friends streamers. Ah, okay. What the fuck is... Is that the Panther guy? Oh, never mind. Was he trying to shave himself with the...
Kinda, yeah.
What the fuck, Dante? You don't own a razor?
Look at his beard and you tell me the answer to that question.
Okay, wait, I thought I purchased 1,000 stabs. Why is it not doing the 1,000 stab thing? There we go.
It's a... Okay, so playing the boss of Iron Woodman.
There we go. I need a... Dante has no concept of a job. That is true, considering, like, you know, every time I've seen him, he's always been acting a bum, and in this rendition, he has no power in his, fucking home. Alright, hang on. What was the thing to do the 1,000,000 stabs? Because I didn't properly pay attention. 1,000,000 stabs. So, pressing forward. After executing a stinger, release the direction and hold Y. Oh! I was going by DMC Reboot, where I thought I had to button mash Y. Also, I think I'm going the wrong way.
Now, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
Nut. Sadly, because Dante is always so poor, he ends up selling all the double arms he gets each game. Radio. Also, those are cool emotes there, Panjaro. Nice.
Panjaro?
Pangaro, sorry. Pangoro. Look, I am not great with names and faces, but the name is very, very familiar, because I know it's one of Code's buddies. I think. I could be very wrong, and if I'm wrong...
Yeah, at this point I should just probably draw a horny pic of Cap eating a big pizza.
Just horny picture of Cap.
Maybe a bit of tongue.
Yee! Thank you. There we go. Thank Christ I was able to kill both of them at once in the double trigger.
How do you say that one character from Expedition 33 His name starts with them.
Wait, is this supposed to be a case of I have to use my fist because rock beats scissors?
That'd be hilarious if it was.
I'll be real with you. I just swapped over to the What's-a-Mahoozy gauntlets, and the gauntlets were were better than What's-a-Mahoozy's. There we go. Broke all of you. I don't know why that has a pulsing sphincter. Oh, because it's timed. That's why. Okay. Dante's coast by fighting demons. That too. That's a possibility. Also, hi there, bestest boy. Welcome, welcome. Funk.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dante is.
Hell yeah!
There we go. But it will do. That and you're in hell. That's true.
Hello.
Hello. Hi there, Wittgenstein. I'm probably saying that incorrectly. Wit. I'm just gonna go with Wit for now, unless you tell me of a better way to describe your name. Oh, god damn you bastard. Now I have to fight whatever the fuck. Oh, these guys.
Show dance.
There we go. Oh.
Thank you, Omega Platinum.
Probably good.
The reason why he hasn't been evicted is because he killed his landlord, as you should.
Yeah, but that's not exactly an option for all of us, okay? Demon lords are not normally renters in Australia, no matter how bad Rupert Murdoch looks.
I don't know, man. They are pretty bad.
Not because of demonic reasons. That's just Australia and their incentive program for, land.
Probably. I was just talking out my ass.
Oh, hell yeah, that was a cool looking ender. Freelance too, he's got his own agency and everything, he's just very bad at running it. This is why he has Trish and Lady, because they're the only ones that can do it. He needs all the help he can get. Nero is there less for the child support allegations and more for he can see Dante needs all the help he can get.
Also, if you like how Grant looks as a himbo, feel free to look at a certain someone's Blue Sky for more art.
Oh yeah, Chad, you should go check out Cap. Cap, give yourself a shout out.
Okay. Well, then I've got...
Don't sound so disappointed. There's other artists in here that also do some amazing smut work and other good art overall that we could also shout out. You know what? In 5-10 minutes, we'll give Izzy a shout out, okay?
Honestly, if you told me to, 5 seconds earlier, I would have shouted out Izzy instead. I fucking love Izzy's art.
Izzy does some amazing artwork.
Izzy's fucking goated.
Yeah, she's amazing. Does some really great stuff, like safe for work and not safe for work stuff. It's fantastic. So, here's the thing: is I don't I don't like how overweight or obese looks in real life. Like, there's a lot of things that I do not like in real life, quite frankly. But there are artists out there that are just, they make it look good. And Izzy is one of them peeps. Some of those many peeps.
One of these days, I'm gonna get a. One of these days, if Izzy's comms are open, I'm gonna get a big kinky and yard from her with some
like right
naval
now.
fun. They're open.
I'm pretty sure I saw some Google Forms opened up on their blue sky.
Give me a second. So true, Izzy. Oh hey, would you look at that? Izzy's comms are open.
Nice! People really shouldn't have the exclusive right to deny people to maintain the fucking unit they live in. Yeah. So here's the thing as well, Izzy, is like the reason why they deny us like being able to maintain the unit is because they have the like they tell us it's because so then that way they can maintain the unit. Which means it's like, okay, then how about you start fucking taking care of the unit? So my biggest pet peeve right now is that there are units that are expensive. And really the only reason I can think they're expensive, like for instance, like I have been living in this place for the last like, 2 coming on to 4 years. I got into this place when the rent was like $440 a week, which was already a little bit over my appropriate budget at the time, and it still is technically once I get my pay raise and no longer have to worry about my student debt. But in the time that I've been living here for 4 years, they felt that it has increased in value that it now costs $510 a week. I'm sorry, what the fuck did I do where living here made it worth so much more? Was I somehow important to some historical relevance? What did I contribute to this household that made it worth an additional 30% of its value all of a sudden? I don't think I'm that important. And if I'm not, why increase the rent? I would have been more than happy to pay.
Explode landlords now. All hail Janet now.
I remember. Have you seen Spice 8 Rack?
No.
Alright, I highly there is a YouTuber. Their name, they go by it-them pronoun, it-they pronouns. Their name is Spice 8 Rack. They do some Magic Gathering stuff, but here's the fun thing. They have a flavor of like, pro-socialist tendencies and a disdain for capitalism and what have you.
Also, I see my glorious goat, Mrs. Bumbleflower, as the thumbnail of the first video. I might just have to subscribe just for that.
I need to watch their latest video because they talk about some interesting stuff about like Yawgmoth and like the fallacy of eugenics, NX, the Magic the Gatherings like system, like where it's going with its IP management, a terrible review of the Cats movie. Like they've done some really great videos, and there's one where they are talking about like why they've opened up a Patreon. If you want to know, there's like I think there's like a bit redeem of like 4. Like I'll need to double check my alerts, but there is a bit redeem that I have for where is it? 250 bits. 250 bits will have Spice 8 Rack going, in the immortal words of Karl Marx to his friend and compatriot, Friedrich Engel. Baby needs money.
Baby need money.
Baby needs money. Because at that time, Karl Marx was gifted like 250 pounds by Frederick Engels, which equates to about like 50 G to today's money. Karl Marx, the director, sorry, not the director, the writer of the Communist Manifesto, asking for a little bit of money. Spice is they, them? No. It/them. That's how they put it into their thing. So it's their, it's how they're referred to. So, it/them, because, yeah, also they did, like, talking about, like, all the different books they have on their bookshelf. Good stuff. But yeah, highly recommend their, a lot of their videos. Like, I got into it for the Magic the Gathering. I stayed for the communist, and socialist commentary.
Okay, on Wednesday I get paid, but additionally, I've got like 2 people who want comms, so it is possible that I may have the moolah dollars for it. I just gotta think with my brain.
Oh shit! There we go. Yeah, there we go. Also, I'm about 200-ish short.
For making the funds for moving out this November, so if you're willing to commission me, you'd be most welcome. You are so rewarded. Thank you, Wit. I am hyper himboed. It's a redeem.
That someone in this chat made.
Yes, the PNG tubers that you see me using while I'm going through the Devil May Cry series, other than Devil May Cry Remake, which happened a few weeks ago, these are all being done by my lovely moderator and friend, Capricious.
Wee, that's me.
Yeah, that little fucking gremlin dressed up as Virgil in the lawn chair, who I only learned last week was actually a mod. It's not actually Virgil in a lawn chair at whatever point this video game has Virgil in a lawn chair. So,
we can make it a. We could give you the.
Nah, I feel like.
Code, you son of a bitch! I'll get you for that.
That bitch.
Additionally, my commissions are open, so if you want to pay me money so I can pay Izzy money, that would be swaggerific.
It's just gonna be I'm just imagining there's artists in here and there's just like, one artist is just like, here is a piece of work, and you're like, thank you, here is the money, and the artist is like, thank you so much, and then they turn around to a different artist and they're like, here is some money, and then the artist is like, oh, thank you for the money, here is a piece of work, and then they grab their money and they go to a different artist, and it's just this reciprocal cycle of like.
It's like that one episode of Chowder.
Chowder? What was the episode?
That for this and this for that and that for this. I'll find a clip.
Radio. But yeah, also hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. You half escaped work. Good for you, Jack. There's already a joke. Trans women trading the same $5. Honestly, that's kind of... I'll be real with you. When I first saw trans women, because you capitalized the T and combined trans and women together, I thought you were talking about like Transformers, like the robots at first.
To be fair, all female Transformers canonically are trans women. No, maybe, but
Wait.
that's actually like actual law.
Wait, what? Okay, explain further, please.
Okay. My girlfriend would be way better explaining this because she is big into the Transformers. Okay. So, in Transformers, the way the reproductive cycle of Cybertronians work is either they are spawned from I think it's named Primus. The planet of Cybertron, who is also a Transformer, or they are created from protoforms. Either way, they are they're asexual in gender. Like, you know, no dick, no balls, and probably no butthole either, because it feeds off the radiation. Other than that, so prior to Cybertronians hanging out with other people, like other species with gender identities, there was only, just Cybertronians without gender. But upon going to Earth and just interacting and how their culture evolves, they went from just being a monogender to a fucking binary gender system. But it's not as binary as one may think. There are non-binary Transformers as well.
So does that mean that the cartoon movie Transformers 1 with Chris Hemsworth and all them, that's not really canon because it presents Transformers in both male and female,
No, it just evolved from their culture naturally in the one universe, I believe. But in the G1 universe, apparently it was due to interaction with creatures with gender and gender identity. They sort of picked it up.
Based. You know what? I really need to watch the Transformers Gen 1 movie because apparently they had original music from Led Zeppelin for it as well. They had it was.
I actually watched that on my first date with my girlfriend.
I don't know why. The first thing that pops into my head is trans women just like trans things.
Yeah, exactly. It's true and real.
True. So true. Good for you. Also, Code is telling me that the first Transformers movie is still the best one. I don't know. Transformers 1 is pretty good. They really.
I was about to say that's a bold take. That's a bold take.
So yeah, because the thing
I
is,
mean, I'm gonna keep it real. I fucking hate Hot Rod.
Oh, alright, so Hot Rod is from the first Transformers film.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the guy who becomes the Prime after Optimus dies.
Mm-hmm.
Spoilers for a 40-year-old movie.
I didn't pay attention to what you were saying, so I'm still spoiler free for the first Transformers film. There's a lot of movies that people are just accustomed to and have already seen that I am oblivious to, such as Fern Gully, the first Transformers film.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna have to say,
American Tail.
The first Bayformers film was not bad.
But it's not the best.
It's not the best. It's fun. Exactly. Sounds the Resident Fed Boy. Also, I can't tell if Resident Fed Boy means he's fed, he's been eating, or if it's federal government.
Resident Fed Boy. I don't know why. I feel like because of the audience I attract and the amount of people that are also followers of Code the Yoshi, I'm thinking feeder.
First Transformers movie, we mean the animation. Along with, Dad, I believe you can survive.
There we go.
You hold the power in your hand.
Yep.
You gotta say.
Disa Agent. What the? The 2007 Transformers is still fun? Oh yeah, no, it's still fun, but to be fair, it is all just like Devil May Cry, anime cartoon, or the one that we just recently got. there is a little bit of a, if you don't think about it, uplift because of the involvement of the United States military. There is definitely people who went into the United States military after seeing what the military did in the Transformer films.
Also, my god, he's an actual Fed.
Oh, what?
All of the slightly terroristic things I said, I meant to say in Minecraft.
DISA. I should know what this acronym is.
Defense Information Systems Agency.
The what?
Defense Information Systems Agency, otherwise known as the DCA, the Defense Communications Agency.
Wait, is this an Australian agency and not an American one?
No, this is an American one.
Okay, sorry, because yeah, it didn't sound like an American one to me when it was like those 4 letters. It felt very much like an Australian, because it sounds a little NSA without the, you know, spy craft of the NSA. Cap got it, nice. Needies. Thank you for being, like, I'm pretty sure you're like one of my first, like, you know, self-admitted federal agents in my chat as well. I don't have that many kinds of people in my chat. I have so far had someone from the Ukraine, one person from Russia.
Play the music I sent you.
What music? Why are you sending me things in the middle of a stream? Transformers, the movie, 1986 theme song, line HD quality. I'm not playing that right now. I'm in the middle of Devil May Cry, where Devil May Cry has its own album to deal with. This is the greatest opening theme. Oh, that is bold. I watched Up. I felt emotional with the opening theme to Up. There's a lot.
No, code's correct. Code's correct.
You're heartless, both of you. Out there. All right, what's this one? In blow mode. I'm sorry. They decide to call it...
is the punch mode. And yes.
In kick mode. How the fuck am I supposed to change from, like, one mode to the other?
I can tell you. It's, lock on, back, Y.
Okay. After charging... I'll deal with Barrow another time. Swordmaster has the Rising Dragon, the Flint Wheel, and then... What's Royal Guard? Oh, actually, that reminds me. What's Gunslinger? Backslide. Meanwhile, Trickster has Flipper and Mustang. Many of these do not make sense to me, I'm sorry to say. I appreciate...
well, either way, Resident Fed Boy, you're our favorite Fed.
Yep. Favorite Fed right now so far. Fix satellite dishes and beyond light of sight commune systems. You're a working stiff kind of Fed. Honestly, I appreciate that. Here's the thing, is everyone thinks that the government is like... let me paint a picture of what some people think the government sometimes is.
Wait, hold on. Are the Marines Feds?
The Marines are a branch of the military, so if you wanted to consider all military people a federal, like, you know, employee, then maybe, but that's kind of giving the same vibe as, oh, the Navy SEALs is a federal employee, which I feel like they design, like, anyone in the military has a slightly different thing.
Yeah. I'll say there's like a cutoff.
Not fair. All right, moving on. This is why I need people in my VC, so then that way, in case I accidentally dig myself into a hole, I'm able to like, you know, learn, hey, don't keep going. Let's stop. Let's just listen to whatever is going on in this game, and then maybe another topic will pop up in my head. An employee of the federal government is legally a federal agent.
Oh, king of stench and filth.
Then you might just be my second favorite
I'm impressed.
Fed.
Nice.
Those are 2 of the most badass women in the world. And I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Jackpot.
What?
Dante.
Is he about to, like, do the reveal of, like... So my earlier prediction was that V is Virgil in some weird way. Is that actually false and this guy is just Virgil instead?
bites pizza loudly.
Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game, I suppose.
Exactly.
Existence.
Wait, did I die from that? Oh, this is the prologue point, I think?
Yeah, you've been playing the prologue for this entire mission.
Ah, okay. I have not been paying attention. Admittedly, I first made this handle like 15 years ago as a reference to Leon from Resident Evil 4, and it accidentally turned into a self-report. Nice! So yeah. Fun fact about my username, GrantZeebs. The name of this persona is just Grant Johnson, because I wanted it for ERP reasons, and I just went with, you know, that kind of a very simple name, and then I used the username GrantZeebs.
How big's Grant Johnson is the question.
Big. But amazingly enough, come closer, chat. Do you want to know like an interesting fact that I learned when researching about zebras after I finally picked my persona and got in commissioned artwork and got this username? Come closer. There is a subspecies of zebra in the savannah, and it's called Grant's zebra. You can look this shit up. There is a subspecies of zebra that is just a zebra Grant.
Unfucking believable.
You just Googled it, didn't you?
Unfucking believable.
The smallest of the zebra species is Grant.
Well, you know what? You're part of the small species, but you are the biggest zebra.
Thank you.
Out of just straight hard work.
Mission 11. After awakening from a trip through the... This is the problem when they decide to put tutorials or any information in the loading screens in a post-SSD world.
Yeah. Also, congrats, you're halfway through the game.
Useless.
Yay! And it's only taking me 5 hours.
This is a bad move. Nero, go! You're just dead weight.
It's not bad timing, honestly.
Fair.
Nero, go! You're just dead weight.
Dead weight. I didn't come all this way for nothing.
Nero just so pissed off that Dante, a half demon, is like, nope, you're useless.
He is being such a good boy right now.
This is power.
Oh, the Sword of Sparta that gives him like the full demon power.
Not the full demon power, but definitely a good amount. I kind of wish when he like DTs using Sparta, it looked more like. You remember how in Devil May Cry 1, it looks like exactly like Sparta?
Yep.
A purpose. I have plans for the both of you.
Oh, I've seen enough hentai to know what tentacles and women equal.
Give me strength.
Yeah. Don't you remember Artemis?
Fortunate to serve such divine purpose.
What?
The second boss? Playing as Nero?
Oh, yep.
All right.
I remember.
Enough's enough.
Yep, in this game.
That lady was in?
Yeah, I remember. I remember that boss.
Job. Hey, wait. I'm not done talking yet. Okay, you get some rest. By the way, I guess I owe you one.
Not he osteoporosis.
What the hell is going on with V? The fuck is with that? That is not normal. Devil Sword
You forgot to
Sparta.
remind-
Used to steal away the Demon King Mundus. Nice.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's happening with V. He forgot to moisturize before he went out.
Okay, so I don't have any other swords other than that one. Cool. Same sort of thing. So you got like stinger, stabbing, and then you got the Balrog nonsense. Air hike for the double jump, enemy step. I might as well just get air hike while I'm here. There we go, there we go. Quick customization, yep. Full body full body cuddles. That is one way to describe it there, resident Fed boy.
Oh shit. How many Australians we got in here?
Me, you, Code.
Because there's a petition to absolutely fucking
time for one.
like stop groups like Collective Shout from forming harassment campaigns against people.
Collective Shout was an Australian group as well, wasn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Oh shit. So there's like is it a change.org or is it something else?
No, it's an official Australian Parliament House petition.
Ooh, okay. All right, pop off. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Okay. The petition status is open, and I'll just read it out for you all. We ask for this due to the rising concern that non-profit organizations or otherwise have successfully pressured Australian and global companies into refusing service to certain people and certain groups of people, including those people of sexual identity, LGBT groups. They should not be allowed to use harassment techniques to force their personal ideas and beliefs on Australian adults and others around the world who use the internet. We therefore ask the House to investigate, regulate, restrict, or shut down and outlaw such organizations such as Collective Shout. These organizations, like the one named here, hide behind the disguise of protecting the vulnerable. However, their predatory behavior has caused people to lose jobs and livelihood, as well as feel unsafe in their own skin. So we ask the House to look into these non-profits and expose them to the true harm they do behind closed doors.
Nice. Is there a link to this petition so then that way we're able to have a read and sign of ourselves?
Yep, I just posted it in chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cap. For any of the Australians in the chat right now, or who are probably going to look at this VOD later on, go look to the link. Go sign it. Because quite honestly, like, here's one of the things I am like when this was first going off and all this kind of nonsense, it's really annoying. Like when, payment processors are getting pressured by groups, because like here's the thing is that the payment processors, it's not illegal for them to like just stop providing service to people and such, but because there's like it's not illegal, but at the same time there's nothing protecting them from people trying to pressure them not to provide services to people who are not doing anything illegal. I probably am not explaining that very well, but the point is that there's a bit of a legal gray area of like, how much responsibility payment processors have in providing service to law-abiding systems. Because back when payment processors first started up, credit cards were just, a line of credit that was managed by a bank for commerce, and most commerce was done via pen, paper, cash. But with the advent of the credit card, it was sort of like, membership up to a bank and what have you. But then we started using it for online purchases. And then we escalated it to being, now you have means of being able to do payment processes without a credit card, which means you're not using line of credit edit for payment online. So quite frankly, we have entered into an age where the previous system that the credit card was only meant to be supplementary to has now made it where the credit card is the main system. So, because let's be frank, you cannot send cash to people on the internet for service. You need a payment processor to do it. There's no way for you to just mail an envelope with cash to the ISP that holds whatever, website that you want to pay a subscription to or what have you. So this was kind of something that needed to get put into place and such like that, rather than leaving organizations and org groups to just pressure payment processors. Because I bet you, if Visa or MasterCard had a law that just simply said to them, so long as the organization that you are providing has not demonstrated illegal transactions or, terrorism funding and such like that, you cannot stop them from utilizing your services. Like, that's, if they had something like that in place, and then all the different language, legalese that requires for it, MasterCard and Visa would not give a shit about collective shadow or any of that kind of nonsense, because money is money in the capitalist system. So there is definitely like anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism fund training and all this sort of such. I have to do it at my work as well, because, we deal with payment processors and all this kind of nonsense as well. So it is definitely one of those cases where if you suspect something illegal is going off, then, unfortunately you do have to, do the legalese, process of,
also,
brain.
Gonna make a slight pivot. Around like the next area, you're gonna want to search a lot to find a certain secret that is very much required.
Oh joy!
It's not required, but just get it anyway.
All right.
Trust.
Okay. Cool. I'll need to thank you for the tangent. Also, hi there, Velk. Welcome to the stream. Can I have a mail full of cash? No. I, however, would love a mail full of cash. You know why? Because it is tough living in Australia. I need to save money. This Ship of Theseus build is showing its age, as you see with that hitching there and there. And at some point, I am going to need to replace that with a new PC. But in order to do that, I am going to need cash in order to afford, rebuilding this PC, not as a Ship of Theseus, but instead getting a brand new PC that will match it either in performance or enhanced in performance. Because, yeah, this PC is like 5 years old based off of parts that have been swapped out. Thank you for the 54 bits, Resident Fed Boy. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
I highly recommend Aftershock PCs.
Oh no, I'm building this myself.
Fair enough.
You forget, I am a himbo, but I am a fucking nerd. Like, this Ship of Theseus is started from a PC back when I was like 16 years old or some nonsense. Nothing in here is from that original PC, granted, but yeah. Also, anytime there is problems on the PC and all that kind of nonsense, I've had to, like, solve it myself and what have you. But yeah, PC building is very much like Lego. You plug the So, yeah. I can save money by not going for the, I can save money by not going for the, the pre-built, premium. So, because, yeah, you save yourself about, like, $100 to $200. Which, isn't a lot, but that is normally enough to, like, go for a RAM upgrade or hard drive. Western Union is a way to send money to someone at another country or state if they have Western Union. Ah, nice. You met Zeebs on a VRC. He is an amazing being and really cool to talk to. Hi, Alpha Wolf God.
PC building is also as expensive as Lego. That is correct.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. It's about as expensive as trying to build a full Warhammer army if you have no friends to help you with a free Warhammer.
I'm not a fan of ruins. Like my
Although, technically speaking, you could probably play Warhammer without the figurines. You could probably just use pen and paper.
This is around the area where you're supposed to, like, search and stab things. Does Pixelate even work? It does.
Sorry? Yeah, Pixelate, because because pixelation is done on the, it's done on the, OBS side. It's not done on the 3D side.
I see.
Alright, so this is the area that I need to be, what? So...
there's not, like, exactly that area, but, like, in this building.
Oh, okay, so it's
you gotta stab some bloody bits.
Okay, I'm good for going, so from here, jumping up, and then dropping down here?
Not quite there, but just like continue on. Just like when you find the red
Oh,
bits.
there's okay. So there's one of them, which means that it is. Hang on. Oh, oh wait, no. So there is going to be something. Okay, so it's probably going to be above this building to get to that secret thing. Alright, so...
What a pain in the ass. Just gotta take it down.
Alright, so break used. I feel a little guilty because my PC went from an AMD 5970 to an NVIDIA 4090 because of scraps from work. That is a hella good upgrade going from a going up to a 4090. 4090 is still really good. All right, so this opened.
You go under there.
Oh, so it is an under there thing. Okay. Why is it an under?
Will he figure out how to get the secret weapon? You gotta go down that hole.
What hole?
There's a hole.
Oh, this hole?
Give me a sec so I can check. Yeah, that hole. I'm not exactly live live on you right now.
Nah, fair enough. So, hang on. So, I had to go... Oh.
Oh, guess not there yet. There's another red bit, most certainly.
There we go. So, maintain an S stylish rank. Let's give this a try. I'm hoping for a new PC build myself, mostly because the MOBO is woefully out of date. Ooh, damn.
Also, that wasn't the secret I was thinking of, but yeah, that secret work is also good. Don't get hit, Grant.
I'm on fire.
Grant, you're missing.
Ah, damn it. Yeah, probably wasn't the best one to go for. Where was I in my trip? Used to work at Ralph's Groceries and I had to help people send money through Western Union. Oh, okay, nice. Nah, we'll do the secret mission another time. I'll probably do it off stream or something like that, because...
Yeah. That's not the secret I was talking about.
Okay, fair. Well, I've got that secret unlocked at least, which means we can now go... So do we want to go down this hall? Because I feel like...
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I guess so, because... Alright, let me swap back to the Spark Sword. And then there's more pustules to break. So that's one of the pustules. Which will drop the fucking building. Jesus.
Yeah, they did that before.
Oh, that's what I was doing.
And that is where you'll find a secret.
Okay. I'll just need to figure out a way to get up there. Unless, because of me breaking down that thingamadiggy, I've now, like...
No, that's the other side's progression.
Is it this fragment?
Oh, that too, but... there's a lot of secrets here.
Ow.
Dance. Mine now.
Nice. I've accidentally turned it into fist mode, but I don't know how I did that. I really should look into why medieval Europeans love their checkers. Who knows?
Like the game, or like?
Oh, the checkered board patterns. I think it's just because of the ease of, like, instead of trying to do really big, instead of trying to do like one unison really big plate and such like that, it was a lot easier just to do.
There is.
It's just question mark right now.
Yeah, go get it.
Yeah.
How do I? What?
You
How do I press? Like, am I supposed to be pressing something?
Bro does not see the gun right in front of him. Also, hybrid Baru.
Oh. Kalina Ann, a missile launcher named after Lady's late mother, fires an array of powerful shares. That explains it. Okay, I thought it was this thing here, the weird, like, juddery nonsense. Also, hi there, I'm Bread Baru. Wait, Boruru. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. I'm sorry if I am.
Lady's mom, she's got it going on.
Gunslinger! Sword master! I like this. You're mine now! I'm on fire! 1-0.
There we go, there we go. Fellas in chat. Hi there, Wild Saber. Welcome, welcome. Also, I just missed out. Oh my god, the chat has been moving faster than I've been keeping at. Have a great. Oh, okay. So Alpha God said good night. Have a great stream. Good night. Velk said part of me is happy I'm getting a refund for the GPU. It went on sale for $150 cheaper after I bought it. Nice, good work. Hopefully the video I sent you will give you a good review of the different brands, like the board partner brands, and to have a look at for an alternative. Resident Fed Boy, my PC is also a Ship of Theseus build. 2 SSDs from my service, CPU and GPU for my current work, RAM from a buddy's PC, and a repurposed server case you stole from high school back in 2014. I think I bought the M2 drive and the board, but fuck it if I remember. Yeah, so my PC has been an AMD build, like for years and years now. Hang on, I'm gonna change to standing mode real quick, because... So yeah, my PC has been in AMD for like the longest time, and yes, it has been an AMD since like the Athlon age, but I have kept it as an NVIDIA graphics card, I think. So during university, I think it went through like the most number of upgrades, because it like went through a Ryzen 970 to having two. Or not Ryzen, sorry, GeForce 970, then it got 2 of them for some reason, and then it went up to a 1070, then a 1080. I kept on that 1080 for like the longest time, and because I didn't get any of the 20 series, and then the 30 series came out, and I got a 3090, so it was fucking baller at that time there, and then I went from like Athlon to... Ryzen. I don't know how I did it, but that one did require a motherboard swap. So at the end of the day, nothing of this PC is of the original PC I made back in high school. Well, but I consider it a Ship of Theseus just because of like the amount of like, you know, parts coming in and out of it. You just replace like in progression of like one part getting swapped out for another and everything like that. Even the case is being replaced.
Huh?
And then that's the very definition of the ship of Theseus.
Yep. You son of a bitch. I'm non-binary. You son of a whore. What, you child of a bitch. Face spawn of 1,000. I don't know if your co-host mentioned it, but there's an achievement for this mission that you can only get an NG+, where you beat this entire mission without any weapons. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna be that good at it, I'm sorry to say. I'm guessing this boss is, you know, more easily counterable because of that, like, pocket thing.
Boss.
Oh, not boss.
Do you mean this enemy?
Oh, no, this is just... Oh, this isn't even a boss. This is just an enemy. Damn it.
But, the next boss that you're gonna fight is actually really easy to use Royal Guard against.
So, PC really do the Frankenstein monster of the modern world, ain't them? A little bit. But yeah, in regards to the Frankenstein sci-fi, just remember that the story of the whole point of Frankenstein's monster is that Victor Frankenstein, you know, the whole like commentary is that the science of a, like, you know, an egotistical man, you know, spits in the face of God and what have you, and that is not the way to do it, and because of that has condemned what would otherwise be an innocent man and to, you know, pain and torture. There's a lot of interesting lessons to Victor Frankenstein. At some point I should probably read it.
Mary Shelley was a genius.
Sorry, what was that?
Fred Barry says Mary Shelley was a genius, and I agree.
Ah, Mary. Yeah, that's the author of Victor Frankenstein. Yep. I'm trying to remember what age Victor Frankenstein was like written and what have you, because
I'll find out.
Because like there was a lot of different interpretations to the way like Victor's monster was constructed and such, and it was only because of when when Universal got the rights to making a film, because like in the original like in the novel for Victor Frankenstein, he wasn't like a terrible surgeon. There wasn't a need for him to, you know, open up Victor's like mind and put a brain in it or anything like that. So the whole like, you know, head cap looking ass of Victor Frankenstein's monster, it didn't need to look like that. That was just Universal doing some embellishments to the look of Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein was supposed to be Frankenstein's monster was supposed to be like actually like pretty fucking handsome.
Yeah.
Also, I just checked, it's 1818 when it came out.
Oh damn.
Hell yeah!
Ow. I was hoping to get triple S with that, but not gonna happen now.
Just taunt.
What's taunt?
I guess not.
I can't not.
Taunt is the select button. Wait, are you on like an Xbox controller?
Yeah, I'm on the Xbox controller, so yeah, it should be select. Oh.
Yeah, it's those two squares.
Ooh, a demon shard.
Come here! Come here!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, Victor simply couldn't handle the Frank. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him Prometheus because that's what Prometheus is supposed to.
Oh
represent.
yeah, that was. I think that was supposed
That
to
was
be his
supposed
name.
to represent Frankenstein.
Hmm.
I guess Adam would work for him because, like, I'm pretty sure in the book, he referred to this created being as God's Adam or some shit.
Yeah. The hubris of Victor Frankenstein thinking that he was God. Just a lot of red orbs, cool.
Can a guy get a break?
Let's see.
I just woke up from a long ass nap.
The story was inspired
Actually,
by something
would
real.
you-
Ooh, interesting.
Would you jump taunt real quick? Like, jump up and then hit the taunt button?
Oh, he throws a rose. Interesting.
And you are set free.
Oh, so if that rose hits someone, it will do something.
It does damage and also stuns.
Nice. There was a nephew of a scientist that discovered that if you shocked frogs' legs, they would make them twitch. Then he went, "Hey there, that's cool. What if we did it on people?" Oh, Jesus. It was it was during that age of, like, you know, scientists, you know, just having a fucking time.
anything.
We went through an age of there is nothing we need to learn. God will lead us the way. Dark Ages. And then after we finally got out of that, we somehow went to the other side of the spectrum of what happens if we drink mummy's blood and shocking frogs. By the by, that is a real thing. When the British Empire had, like, explorers go to Egypt and what have you and steal their artifacts and take them back home for the, you know, Explorers Guild and shit like that, they would desecrate the corpses by opening up the coffins and then, you know, sometimes drinking some of the vessels, thinking that would give them supernatural powers. British were really fucked up.
Yeah.
Fucking
English
wild.
people are still fucked up.
Let me see. So enemies, those. High explosive. While on the ground, hold X. Yep, will do. That'll be a good one. Yep. All right. Cool. Too handsome if Victor. Wait, hang on. Frankenstein entered a bodybuilding competition. He just misinterpreted the competition's description. That's a good joke. I like that one. That's a good one. Because everyone's like, no, Victor...
Resident Fed Boy with the %% sub.
Resident Fed Boy! Thank you so much for the subscription. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with you don't have to deal with advertisements that pop up, and you get to utilize all of these cool, fun emotes. Look at all these emotes. We tried the whole God thing. Time to get mad unethical. Yep, that's for whatever reason, that's how England decided to run that shit. So, where was I in my train of thought? I had something. It was so we had the Victor Frankenstein. Oh yeah.
They're just gonna let me through. Boy, wouldn't that be the day.
There was everyone knows about the Jekyll and Hyde, right? Where the idea is that, like, Dr. Jekyll had created this potion or something like that, and he creates this alternative personality called Mr. Hyde, who is who's like a more immoral, who's just an immoral variant of Dr. Jekyll. Fuck you ads, it's 3 a.m. I'm not putting up with ads. Nice work, resident Fed Boy, and I appreciate that you that you decide to subscribe to me, of all people, to avoid the ads. Thank you so much. But yeah, so whenever people look at the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing, they think that Mr. Hyde was like, you know, an ugly man or something like that, but that's not explicitly what the story was talking about. It just basically pointed out that Dr. Jekyll was a frail, weak man, like, you know, timid and what have you, not like, you know, old or physically weak. He was just, you know, soft. That was Dr. Jekyll. Mr. Hyde, meanwhile, was a sort of he was just an angrier, unethical man. And the problem and the thing.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hola.
Hola. So the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was, you know, written during, like, you know, in the backdrop of Victorian London, where, oh, you know, you gotta, like, everyone was being a peeping Tom, trying to figure out what dark secret everyone had and what have you, and, you know, calling people out for, you know, all kinds of, you know, weird reasons, like, oh, he's having an affair, or, oh, he wears women's clothing, and yada, 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 all these different kinds of things. And that was supposed to be, like, the undertone of, like, the commentary from Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, was that Dr. Jekyll was like one of those kinds of peoples. But anytime someone does like a modern retelling of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, they kind of they do the baseline of like, oh, another person who controls you kind of thing, like a really bad DII story or something like that. But they always make it out where like Mr. Hyde is like, you know, a terrible person, but he's like, he looks evil as well and all this kind of such, which isn't, I don't think that's a fair way of doing the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde dichotomy, because the problem is that the original Mr. Hyde, like, it's only like at the end of the book does he like murder someone and is, you know, and there's the potential evil of, oh, Dr. Jekyll has no means of controlling this alternative personality that he's formed, and Mr. Hyde could very well just be the new personality that is always on. So there's that thing. So if you did it in the modern day, immoral people exist in today's age, and they are not often they're not often seen as you know, inherently ugly or anything like that. Like, think of Mr. Hyde would be like Patrick Bateman, but not like, you know, the hidden Patrick Bateman doing the murders and all that kind of such. It's more of the Patrick Bateman that he shows everyone, where it's like, you know, he's overconfident, he's a money man, he's shrewd, immoral, or getting the win kind of thing. Hennessy and became a whole different guy.
So true.
But yeah. How's it going, Jack?
Just chilling.
Chilling. Fair enough. You just got done with work. We did some heavy topics at the start of the stream, and I appreciate you tolerating me and my idiocy.
That costume
What
looks
are
a
friends
little
for?
big.
Doesn't that boss look like he's gonna say storage?
I don't know what that boss would say.
I love this guys.
Actually, like Nidhogg and King Cerberus is the best.
Oh, shit. Oh, oh yeah, this guy gets, you're saying this guy is good to do royal guards too, or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I can read all your moves.
Use proper timing to get a leg up in the close quarters. I got an achievement for that.
Nice.
Oh my god, the gun actually does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's a rocket launcher. That's what they do.
Oh, nice!
Weird how he's talking. Isn't it weird how he's talking to the Cavalier Angelo like he knows it? wonder
beating
what
the
that
shit
can
out
find.
of him. Just keep beating the shit out of him.
Just keep kicking his ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just not giving him a break.
Damn. Got him with the stagger as well.
Oh. Ow. Yeah!
Did it.
I hate that the modern equivalent of the tail is unironically fucking Walter White, but instead of a potion, it's cancer. Ooh.
Oh.
That it honestly? Good point. Also, I just realized there's a lady in there. But
no, that's not a lady.
That's Trish.
That's the Trish. It's a Trish. Oh, big stretch. And guess what? You have a bike.
Hell yeah.
Whoa, looks like I took in a little too much. You okay?
I've been better.
It's Mom.
No, that's God damn it, Jack.
Dante, that demon is...
Don't even think about it.
Bread just said it.
Dante!
Mommy, why are you naked?
Bread
What
said
the
it. Oh,
boy?
it's Ma.
Take care
Yeah,
of Trish
okay,
for me.
yeah.
Ma.
Dante, wait!
Oh my god, the twink. He just has no more energy in him after bottoming for so many missions.
Exactly. You're actually so correct.
Clip it. Honestly, I would appreciate if someone did clip that.
Working on it.
Thank you.
Doing art right now, busy.
Dante's left.
Yes. And I don't think he can win.
What was that demon, V? Where did it come from? Urizen is not a demon. I know that for a fact because I'm from the underworld.
And as we know, everyone from the underworld knows everyone from the underworld. It's not a stereotype.
It doesn't matter. I'm a
Not your
shadow of
mommy,
my
V.
former self who lost everything. I will tell you.
I can't use the word twink in the clip.
Just use,
Why?
EW1K.
just do twonk. TWONK. Also, Resident
Wonk.
Fanboy, it's not Virgil, it's V. Virgil is an entirely different person. He has no idea what sex is.
Yeah, Virgil is. Do you think Virgil's more of a virgin than Dante?
I feel like...
He winked.
So I did it. I
feel like because of the amount of women that Dante has around him, I feel like he's less. Because Virgil is just surrounded by demons, as far as I know, isn't he? Like, in the DMC
But
like,
there's
reboot,
some-
he's like...
there's some demon baddies, though.
demands you drink.
Sorry, say that again?
There's some demon baddies though.
Suffering defeat after defeat. That
Some
man's
demons are
body
fine
was
shits.
reaching its limit, breaking down. But he couldn't die yet. The man had a job.
Oh, joy, we're getting a
must be done
backstory to Urizen.
to defeat his twin brother.
Oh, never mind, this is a backstory for Virgil.
Is it?
Yeah, because that's the Yamato, and V just said, "Oh."
But
Defeating
who did
his
this guy take the Yamato from?
He took it from Nero.
Yeah.
I've seen a bunch of cosplays doing this exact scene.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Oh, hey, it's the
Why is he
old.
so grumpy?
Heavy chain that does freeze my bones. In order to defeat his younger brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh.
That's more poetry.
He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato.
I'm naked now.
The man became a true devil.
I wonder what he's learned.
I've tried to hold together my crumbling flesh with what little demonic power I have left, but I'm approaching my limit.
Okay, so Resident Fed Boy is technically correct. V is just Virgil, I guess.
I've realized the gravity of the crime I've committed.
Oh, that cat's out of the bag.
How important everything was. Everything I've thrown away in my pursuit of power.
Wait,
What
that
does
means
that
my
mean?
prediction was right!
Went to find Dante.
Yep.
Yes.
Fucking gaslighting me, telling me just doing like heavy sips and eating pizza while I have my assumption of V is Virgil.
Maybe right.
I completely forgot I made this prediction at the start.
Tell me.
You really did.
Was this fool before you, right?
Because he just has this
But would you rather
breathy.
we told you?
He has this breathiness to him. He's just like it just sounds like Virgil from DMC3 without the cough syrup.
Without the cough syrup, god damn it.
And you need to see this through.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Dante's war.
Gaslight, gatekeep, Grante.
Okay, that is a piss poor motorcycle engine. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
It's such a high speed whine.
It's because it's Demon Engine.
But you could make it rumbly. Make it sound like the gas guzzler that Demon Engine should be. They should sound like that they are helping keep ExxonMobil alive.
What does that even sound like?
How's that for road rash?
What the? Was there
How's that for road
Was there
rash?
something up with his... Oh, never mind. Anywhoosies. ExxonMobil is like a company that used to, you know, deal with oil and shit like that. Think of Shell or BP.
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
I'm just wondering what it sounds, what a bike like that would sound like.
You know the Harley Davidsons? Like a real heavy, like...
Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, you can stop right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you believe it? He
there
was
was-
your reason for fighting.
There was a time where near my house there was a film being made, and I'm not even joking, I'm pretty sure there were at least 50 Harley Davidsons just outside my house. I cannot forget what that sounds like. It was very loud and very smoky.
Rev it up!
Oh, this thing is not going to be doing a lot of damage. I thought this was going to be a heavy hitter, but if it's doing like... Oh, that looks fucking cool, though. All right.
No, it does do good damage. You just, like, when you're in training mode, they're invincible.
I don't know. I just had the assumption that if there was going to be, like, lots of hits, it was going to be doing the dual sword, like, DPS route of, oh, it's going to do lots of little hits. So the idea is that you gotta... That was my assessment, but anywhoosies. What's this one? Back and then forward. Yes, please. So we got pushing forward, going backwards, and then pushing forward. And then the high velocity activates gear wheel. Activates gear wheel. Can chain into Cavalier combo A and Cavalier combo B second step. Okay. And then while in midair. Let's go with that one. While on the ground and pressing back. Sure, let's go for those. There's a South Park episode literally depicted to making fun of Harley Hez with a not so very kind slur. Oh yeah.
Rev it up! No kill!
Oh nice! How did I fucking do that?
I never understood how to use this weapon. It was so... It was awful for me to figure it out.
Rev it up! Rev it up! Rev it up! Rev it up!
Nice. I like the motorcycle. Oh.
Well, I mean, free transport for Dante if he ever keeps this damn thing.
There we go.
Do you think he'll send it? Do you think he'll sell it as a motorcycle or sell it as a double arm?
I'm pretty sure he will sell it as a motorcycle.
Who will?
It is a really fucking cool motorcycle, to be honest.
Oh yeah, like here's the thing: is that like motorcycle designs, like there's very little change to like, you know, the mechanics of a motorcycle, but like everything body-wise is cool. Oh my god, and even like the tailpipe is like incorporated into the design as well. That's cool. Oh, hello.
Rev it up!
Put it up on auction or something and see how many people will be like, damn, that's a really good bike, I want to buy that. I want that.
Oh, nice! Oh, damn it.
But because of how slow it was, I couldn't understand how to use this.
No kill! Night juggling!
Nice! Oh, that was a good explosion. Your reason for fighting. Oh, yeah. Boom. Also, I did predict that. I did like call out that V was saying Virgil then to Dante.
He did.
You know, your reason.
Yeah, he did.
So.
And we were just fully gaslighting you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
to be fair, that's what friends do.
That's what friends do.
I'm gonna be going through Metal Gear Solid, and I'm gonna be like, you know, trying to do like weird predictions of like, oh my gosh, Solid Snake has a twin and you're just gonna be like sipping tea, and it's just like, nah.
Oh.
I don't fucking know anything about Metal Gear.
Shit, Fedboy's out with the like.
Look up the NATO
like
reporting
indirect slurs.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I know those. Yeah, and now I have to like go back to you did Swordmaster Stinger input. Oh, okay. So if I do standard, nice. More in vain of how the Brits call cigarette. Oh yeah. What in the world is this thing? Excuse me. Yeah.
You need some blood, huh?
I had some special fried rice
You
as a
wouldn't like
treat
mine.
today, and I'm very gassy.
I like the sound of that.
But yeah, so...
Even though you do sound like that one Mr. Incredible's fucking
Fried blood
bit.
in the gutter. Guess that explains.
Oh, the Hyper Himbo. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon. Excuse me. throat. Dante would sell it as a bike and forget to mention that it's a double chainsaw as well. The guy will be riding it, will split in half, and the guy will be like, what the fuck, man? No, what will happen is that he will ride it as a bike, and then it will break down, and he'll look at the tires, and he'll get himself cut trying to get the fucking trying to get the vehicle's tires changed. That's what will happen.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. Oh, I was really hoping you'd just drive forward.
Yeah! Alright, come on!
Nice!
Rev it up! Woo! Come on! Oh!
Alright, let's see what the
Rev it up! Why you juggling? Round kill!
Nope. Nice try. Dante knew from the get-go that Cavalier was Trish because the first thing Cavalier did was throw a bike at Dante like Trish in Devil May Cry 1. Oh. That did kind of happen after he, like, you know, kicked the phone, like, open with his foot and then caught it. That was a move from a kung fu film with Jackie Chan. Yeah, Jackie Chan, like, does so many, like, you know, so many stunts, but I'm gonna be real with you, so many of them are, like, they're unnecessary, like, sort of, like, and I'll say stunts and you'll be, like, a little bit confused. Oh, shit, nope. Nope,
Yeah! Going down!
Three, two, one, zero.
Yeah!
There we go, so you're gone. But yeah, there would be like silly moves such as like him, like, you know, throwing a fan forward and it do like a little rotation and he catches it again, or him like leaping headfirst through a ladder, like stairs to go through the steps, or there was one in like Project A or something like that where he was like, you know, juggling like 2 or 3 phones in his cheek, so his hands were full, so like before hanging up on one phone or something like that, he flicks a pencil off a desk with his foot and catches it with one hand that he frees after putting the phone down. So he's done some real crazy, like...
That's our family motto.
He's very acrobatic.
There we go.
There needs to be a movie where they're just in IKEA, and just at the end of it, they just somehow put together like a piece of furniture in the middle of the fight.
Honestly, I think that would be an IKEA commercial, if anything.
It would be a really funny commercial when you think about it.
Like, you would just, like, you could make it, okay, this is the biggest pet peeve I have. I can just imagine, ever since I've seen the potential of Long Man, I can definitely see the potential for, like, long-term marketing. But the problem is that Australia does not take part in long-term marketing. They will, like, the only example I've seen of this was when Big Pond was doing their broadband, where the dad would always misinform his son. So it started off with, like, the Great Wall of China was built by Emperor Nazigori to keep the rabbits out because there's too many rabbits in China. And then, like, another one was, like, not knowing the lyrics to a song. But yeah, so it's always accidental in Australia. It's never, like, on purpose. because the most recent one that I keep seeing pop up on feeds is sports bets like, you know, BS responsibly, and I don't like it because, you know, gambling. Any whoosies. I can totally see an IKEA campaign where you don't even have to be violent. You just need to have Jackie Chan, like, you know, with like, you know, some sort of like the box or what have you breaks open or something like that. And he's doing like, you know, like he's doing all the like the blocks with the like blocking with major pieces or something like that. And then like, cause there's like, I reckon there is some IKEA furniture that is just put together with dowels rather than with like Allen keys. So you could do a thing of him like, you know, doing the blocks with the dowels and such like that. That's while the other person is holding onto the legs and such. And then at the end of it, he gets a table done. And then another advertisement you do is for a chair. And then a different advertisement is for cutlery. Like you could definitely get around to having like the first advertisement being the kitchen, and then the next advertisement being the bedroom, and then a living room, and yada, yada, yada. Just to demonstrate the full breadth of IKEA. But no one would do this, because...
Wait, hold on. So we have Resident Fed Boy, and we have a Raytheon fanatic.
I don't think the Raytheon fanatic is with Raytheon. It would be very on the nose. And also, why would I get suddenly all these people that are totally fine with a hyper himbo furry?
Nice.
Good God. A rainbow Dante.
He would be down for
Gay Dante.
I remember there's an artist that's been doing...
disaster, Dante.
I'll mention it after the cutscene.
Oh, you're gonna hate these guys.
Oh, good luck. The game makes him invincible.
Alright, so... Berserk Predators. What's the point of being hypermuscular? I get being strong, but that hyper stuff doesn't look okay, the hyper stuff like that I look like right now obviously is not comfy because, you know, this is Devil Trigger mode, which is done by the amazing Capricious. She did all the different forms for my Zebra while playing through the Devil May Cry series. But also I just realized I'm about to get my ass whooped when I hit the unpause. But actually, Izzy's thingamadiggy of Jackie Chan crashes through the IKEA showroom and rebuilds it in the same fight scene, that could work as well. So that could work. Where's my brain at previously? Oh yeah, the Raytheon. Could I ask something? Oh yeah, you were asking about the hypermuscular thing. Some people like it. Like, you will, like, in the furry fandom, you are going to find people that like all sorts of things. But, it's a fantasy. Like, I think that's the first thing I have to, like, you know, sort of say out loud. Because I remember I had, like, a friend in a Discord because we had a Not Safe for Work channel, and some of the stuff, like, I shared in the Not Safe for Work channel were things like, you know, big boobies and hypermuscular and shit. And they were like, oh, Grant, you know this isn't real, right? And that this is unrealistic portions of a woman and all this. And I'm like, yes, I know this. See that? Yeah, I could hear the cat a little bit. You got a cat. The hyper buff thing is also a Baki thing. It can also be a Baki thing. It can also be a Bob. It can also be a JoJo's thing. Like, there's just like, people like volume. People like volume in different kinds of fashions. That's probably the best way
I can describe it. Some people like, you know, a really high amount of volume. Some people like a really small amount of volume. Some people like the contrast of high and low volume in the same situation. It's all about volumes.
So I got the boy.
You got your cat boy?
Do you have any words to say, bud?
Yeah.
He's been silent and annoying.
Oh. The minute you pick up the cat is just like, no, this isn't what I'm here for.
Also, Izzy, check your DMs. Oh.
Like juggling? Like
What are you doing, bud? What are you doing? What do you mean?
Oh, Jesus.
What are you talking about? What?
Oh, that
I'll be
was a
right
waste of a double trigger. Extreme anatomy looks cool. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Also, something I just want to point out is like when you understand the when you understand that, like, you know, the furry fandom is just filled with people with fantasy and what have you, and it's, you know, there, you do take into account that, like, you know, there isn't, like, so long as you understand the separation of reality and fantasy, and you don't try to blur that line, you'll find that there are all sorts of artists on the internet, online, either interacting with the furry fandom or close facsimile to the furry fandom, that can make any body type look sexy. I don't, like, for instance, like, I was not a huge fan of, like, you know, like, you know, the look of obesity in real life and what have you. That's why I've, like, you know, done everything I can to try and lose, like, you know, lose the 150 kilos that I had last year and get down to, like, a more reasonable value of, like, you know, mid or below 80 kilograms. However, online, in fictitious art and what have you, there are artists out there who do some really good art of overweight and obese women. I just flicked off a damn tick. Fuck ticks, man. You flicked what? Oh, tick, like the thing that gets stuck in the hair. I believe that you played DMC3, correct? Yes, I did. I did play Devil May Cry 3. I have gone through the Devil May Cry series, started from Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3. I went through the reboot after 4, and now we're on to Devil May Cry 5. We do the Devil May Cry on Mondays, and this is, I think, is the last Devil May Cry in our series. I think some people on Twitter completely erased that line. There is some erasure. Like, okay, this is probably going to get into a side, like, this is something I don't like about the internet, and I feel like a lot of people who have grown up with, like, teenagers, like, prior to the internet being so ingrained into our lives, like, if you remember middle school before the internet, it's like, not as, like, oh, we weren't allowed it, but more of a case of there just wasn't shit on the internet and such. You remember all the PSAs from, like, cartoons and TV shows and what have you, where when the wonders of the internet first came in, nothing was safe. You do not reveal anything about yourself on the internet. Like, there is, like, the internet was a place where it was all falsehoods, and unless you could back it up with information from a library, you couldn't trust it. And then, you know, because, you know, you had all kinds of, like, silly scams because of, like, Nigerian princes that were stuck in a foreign nation and needed you to send them money in order to get them back to Nigeria, and they will send you 10 times the amount on the way back or something like that. And all this kind of nonsense. We grew up with that. And then there was a .com bubble. And then I don't know when it happened, but I feel like it happened when we started putting Facebook and when we started putting ourselves on the internet, when we started making, like, the people content on the internet, like ourselves, and we started making money with it, I feel like a switch was flipped. There was no longer the, you know, protect yourselves, don't reveal real information, everyone is lying, everyone's out to get you kind of thing. We now live in a world where everyone wants to be on the Truman Show. Everyone is saying, oh, listen to me, I have authority, here is my credentials, I can talk with impunity about, you know, this subject matter, you should listen to me, you should pay me money, you should listen to my sponsors and such. Like, this has grown, and yeah, that feeds into the whole, you know, people on Twitter, like, I don't think it's erased, thankfully. I think there's definitely been a blur of the line. Like, you know, artists and what have you, not like AI generative artists, fuck them, but artists, like traditional and digital, they still keep a line, like, they still draw a line between their work and things in real life and what have you. And that goes along with, you know, their persona. Like, what they decide to present on the internet is not 100% themselves in real life. Like, for instance, most of what I talk about, I'm trying to be very careful. Like, I try to, like, Australia has like all kinds of like private information ruling and all that kind of nonsense when corporations deal with it and what have you. And so I try and follow that as well, where essentially anything I reveal about myself can not be unique to me and personal. So for instance, my real name, where I live, cannot get down to a nitty-gritty level where you could find out who I am. There's already people who have seen my like PayPal email address, and already that's too close. So, but yeah, other than that, I try and keep as much of myself that is able to, you know, drill down to who me in IRL is away from the internet as much as I can. Because welcome back, Cap. Because yeah, if there ever comes a point where I need to leave this persona, either because something happens in the fandom that I cannot condone, or someone is after me, the persona, or I do something deplorable and I can never recover from it, because if the internet never forgets, then the internet never forgives. I will simply just cease to exist, essentially. And the best way you can do that is by following the original rules of the internet back in the 90s. You do not reveal real information about yourself that can be used to harm you.
Yeah. I'm going to put the cat cam on for the people who are...
in the Discord? Nice, nice. Is it safe to assume that you skipped DMC2? No, I did not skip DMC2. And I didn't think DMC2 was that bad. I liked it. Excuse me.
Oh, so there we go. Cat cam. Say hi, Iggy.
Cat cam. Had 34 kilos and now I'm down to 120 after 2 months. Nice work. 14 kilograms in 2 months is actually some really good weight loss. Good for you. I've got down to... right now, I'm 93 kilos. My weight has been fluctuating the last month or two because I've not stuck to my diet as well as I should have.
I might have to scramble in a little bit because my wife's on.
All right, no.
And
fair enough.
Wife take infinite precedence. I love my wife.
No, fair enough. Real life takes precedence, I always say. You have a wonderful time with your wife.
I will.
Alrighty then.
Later, chat.
Later. Say bye to Cap.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, that was Capricious. They are responsible for, you know, this zebra art that you see. I'm going to give him another shout out. He did not skip DMC2. You are correct. Some people just don't have a sense of fun or whimsy and just assume everything and everyone must be punished. On the internet, yeah, there's definitely those people. They feel like that because they feel uncomfortable, that is the morality of the world, which is not correct. Anyways, the air sword master combo for the bike is the same combo that he does with Lady's bike in that one cutscene in DMC3 where he rides up the tower, then starts smacking demons with it. Oh, cool. I was oblivious to that reference, I'm going to be real with you. Permission to say a rant. If it's about the hyperhimbo thing or the, you know, the blurring of the lines of the internet... no. Oh, it's not that? Ooh. Oh, okay. Ooh. Tired taking naps, and I don't know what the issue is. I'm losing weight, and yet my mom seems to think it ain't enough, as she keeps telling me to walk more. You've gone from 134 to 120 in the span of 2 months with just nightly runs. Okay. Moms are the worst. I'm gonna be real with you about weight loss, okay? My mom, like, during the time when I was like 130 kilograms and what have you, she tried to clue me into, like, you know, different kinds of, like, means of weight loss. Like, and the thing is that, like, I was overweight for, like, 7 years. Moms, they mean well, but oh my goodness, they forget that you are personality, not them. Like, what works for them or what they've heard works doesn't mean it works for you. And also, I just want to mention, like, you know, in an ideal world, like 1.5 to 2 kilos a week weight loss is kind of where you want to aim for in regards to, you know, losing weight and what have you. And considering that you've lost like 14 kilograms in like 8 weeks, you're doing better than most. You had to drink celery and lemon juice. That is fucking terrible. You probably won't like how I've been losing weight though, Raytheon. The way I have been losing weight has kind of been like what you've had with the whole drinking celery and lemon juice. The way it's been going on my side, and you're welcome to do the research yourself, because best way to understand how to lose weight for yourself, talk to a dietitian. Talk to a professional. Do not listen to a zebra on the internet on weight loss, or listen to anyone, don't listen to anyone that isn't, you know, licensed and paid to explain this shit. But for me, the way, like, that it's worked that I've been able to lose weight was using the OptiFast shakes. They're meal replacements. Family in general can be real mean when it comes to weight. Oh, everyone can be mean when it comes to weight. Bread, everyone can be mean. There are aspects of people that change when you go from overweight or, you know, any level of obese down to, you know, maybe just slightly overweight. So I once had a friend that after I like lost significant weight and what have you, said to me like during like a birthday party or something like that, like not my birthday party but someone else's birthday party, they said to me, "Wow, you've lost a lot of weight. I should really start recommending you to some of the girls that I know."
What in the fuck?
It feels like such a backhanded compliment. Like, I have been single for like ever. They know that companionship was something I would kind of desire. And for a while, I subscribed to the idea of I would like to, you know, I'm not going to actively pursue it. I would rather, like, you know, fix aspects of myself before I, you know, go down the heavier route of I need to, you know, explicitly approach friends and be like, "Hey, I need a girlfriend. I can't do this anymore. Please tell me how I can get one," or going on dating services or anything like that. Like, I don't want to go that far. But if someone decides to be like, "Hey, you should hang out with this person," I absolutely would be down for that. But it's so fucking weird to hear from a friend. They probably were trying to be sincere, but it felt like a little backhanded to be like only now after losing weight do I seem applicable to have him have me like match up with friends of his, or what I'm assuming would be friends. Should you feel complimented or did you feel offended? I felt a little offended, frankly. No, it wasn't like that, Bread. It wasn't like that. Like, no, it wasn't that. It was a case of like they were impressed at the amount of weight that I lost, because normally they've seen me as only like obese, like 120, 150 kilos, and I was under 100 at this point. And it was like only at this point, only after, you know, working my ass off and losing all this weight and such, that they were like, "Oh, hey, you look pretty cool. Like, you're a pretty cool dude now. I should have been matching you up with girls." So, yeah.
It's awful regardless.
Yeah. So, like, people just overall, like, whatever, like, age, like, being overweight or obese is, like, people treat you differently. People will infantilize you, first and foremost, where, you know, they like, don't treat you like a full-grown adult with, like, desires and, like, you know, the different, like, tiers of needs and what have you. They think of you as a child. People will just automatically assume that if you are not, like, unless you decide to be the comedian, that you're just, you know, not a good person. Nice. Oh, the...
Rev it up!
There we go. The sound downer set. Oh. I'd rather be complimented and told a shit, rather be insulted, not complimented. There we go.
Hell yeah!
Oh, avoid that. So yeah, people are very mean. I must go now. Thanks for the stream. Not to worry, Wit. Thank you so much for joining in. I am actually going to be done with this stream in about half an hour. I only go for like 4 hours usually. So, because, yeah, I got to work most days. So
yeah, you got work.
Full-time
like
job
tomorrow,
over here.
Don't you?
I don't get to be one of the fun VTubers where I get to stream every day for like 8 hours and make this a full-time job. I'm not cool like that.
Yeah! Woo!
So Kinda. Is there a limit to how many orbs I can hold on to?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I've seen the Red Orb concert go absolutely insane. It's from like a friend who basically bought everything in the game, and then just decided I still want to play, and then they would not stop putting it down.
Good for them.
What is your favorite superhero game? I don't know.
Oh, I want to say... I kind of want to say Batman Arkham City. That was probably like that's the Batman game that I distinctly remember going through the main storyline, and I think I did it in one night as well back when I was in high school when it first came out, because I was just so engrossed into the story. Like, I still did like maybe 1 or 2 side things, but I didn't have that take over my mind, because the way they did the whole the way they set up Arkham City's, you know, oh, Protocol 10 will enact in this many hours and such like that, I really did feel like that there was, like, you know, pressure, like there was something on the clock, and I was like, I need to get this done. So, yeah. I quite liked it.
I don't think if I've ever played a superhero game, but I don't think so.
Really? Okay. I'm trying to think what are some other...
I'm thinking, but I can't... It's drawing a blank, so I don't think I've ever actually played one.
I feel like you can kind of cheat and say Lego Star Wars.
I've never played any of the Lego games.
What? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Mine now!
How many hours I play About a Cracker, I don't think it's a surprise.
Mine now!
There are just some games that I just like playing over and over again.
Your personal fave is Spider-Man, the PlayStation... Oh, the PlayStation 4, which they then did again in re-released on PlayStation 5 as a remaster. Nah, fair enough, Bread. That's honestly a good game. I do not know how I did that.
Fuck the bottom Bronx. I don't like using the bike, that's all I can tell you. It's a cool weapon, but I'm like, I am dog shit at using this thing.
I quite like it. It probably just takes a little bit to, you know, wind up. I remember Code, like, way back when, writing of like, oh yeah, it takes a bit to wind up. Oh my goodness, my body is gassy and it really wants to go to the bathroom again, but ugh. We'll see how far we go. Let's see how far we go.
Don't push yourself.
Not fair.
If you gotta go, you gotta go. That's all I can say.
Not fair. We'll see. We'll see. Am I going the right way or am I going the wrong way?
Who the fuck knows at this point?
I'm probably...
Oh, you were backtracking, weren't you?
I think I'm doing that accidentally, yeah. Hang on, let me... Oh yeah, because all the thingamadiggies are open, so there's no... It just gave me the other nid thingamadiggy, so then that way I would be able to go through that progress if I wanted to.
Gotcha.
So, that was my mistake. Okay, I thought that was a false wall, but not.
Man, this brings me back.
Ain't no damn false walls here. What the hell?
I feel like there could be. No, okay. I'm thinking it's a... I'm going to the bathroom. Gonna run the advertisement. Jack, talk about some of the games you have played then, because you haven't played superhero games, but what games have you played that you would recommend besides Avionic Factor?
Oh, shut up.
Shut up, King. I am trying to read the dialogue of the character I am picking. And I am going with the easiest one, which is the fucking faux mohawk
Funky
tall
card
dude.
game. I've been playing Out of Hands recently.
Reals.
That's really fun. Really surreal, really fucking weird. It's like, how many hands do you need, bro, to kill
I don't know
God?
if you guys see this, but you killed God in Inscription?
Not in
This
Inscription.
looks like Eddie fucking Burbank to me. Which game is this? Nothing but
wish come true.
Yeah, I mean, he's denying me from playing Avionic Factor. I don't know. I don't know what else you want me to say. I could talk about Beacon, a game that you can't really get anymore unless you want to try looking for it for free. I'm pretty sure I can get you the link. That's also one of the... Talk about Beacon, goddammit. We can't get it on Steam anymore because the company closed. And they decided you cannot get Beacon anymore from the Steam store.
Chat, go check
What,
out
it's a
Giga
sci-fi
She is absolutely wonderful.
roguelike?
Like, there's Booba, there's Alt Rock.
Every single
Did I
time you
mention
die,
the
you just
Booba?
basically
It's
clone
absolutely
yourself
fantastic. You should
and
go check 'em
then
out. How
get
was-
mutations, and then
let's
you
see,
try
it
to
said
finish
you
a
were doing
run
Fall
like
Guys.
that. It
How
gets
was
a little
Fall
bit
Guys?
insane because some of the mutations you get
get a crown
actually
at the end?
change your physical body.
Cow.
Some of them look really,
Holy
really
cow.
goddamn weird.
Yeah.
But it's a fantastic game. I just wish it didn't
It doesn't have his sign.
end up like this. But if I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure you can still get it if you were looking on archive.org. Because I remember them saying that they put the entire game and all the
Nighttime! Nighttime!
digital art books and everything on archive.org, so you can actually just download it, I guess. Yeah, it is a roguelike. It is straight up a roguelike. What is it? Isometric style roguelike, I guess?
Yeah, I don't
Probably.
think they care.
I don't know. I haven't played Beacon in a while. When's the last time I played? 2022.
I love
21.
how she's like,
yeah,
oh,
it's been a while.
This is so important, Grant. Are you seeing all this? And I'm just using my fucking hook claw, just going.
Actually, let me check out that link and see whether or not it's still possible to get this game. I'm pretty sure it is.
Reviews. The customary fallow for a very attractive streamer because horse Zeebs. There doesn't need to be quotation marks aside.
Load faster, goddammit!
I am attractive. I am
Oh,
handsome.
God, my internet.
I am sexy as fuck.
What else can I talk about?
Attractive with quotation marks. All right,
Alright, what else do I have as a favorite game?
You know what I just realized?
You asked me to yap, now I'm yapping, okay?
Not fair. Fair. Keep yapping. Keep yapping. You sound like you're revving up. He's fucking
well, I mean, it's
eviscerated.
just
He's
Beacon.
dead. Every Venatori we have dealt with so far.
Yeah, the game is still available. You can actually just get it from... Oh, yeah. Holy shit, yeah, it is the entire game. Goddamn. Okay. Yeah, you can get it from archive. archive.org. You just have to search Beacon the Vault, and then you just get everything.
Interesting.
Bread, if you do want to play Abiotic Factor, it is also, you can also play it solo. It's just a little bit tougher. Just a little bit tougher. I'm on like what, the third or fourth run through Abiotic Factor. I think I need to stop eventually. That's too many hours in this game.
Yay, another secret mission found. Party's getting crazy. Let's rock. Hi there, Neko. Welcome to the stream. Stay in the air for more than 15 seconds. Ooh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I hate this fucking mission. So I won't be surprised if you're not able to do it. Not saying I don't have faith in you, it's just I found it really difficult to do this. What?
The minute I jumped, I didn't press B, I pressed Y, because I was used to Nero where it's like, you know, you just have like the normal sword attack move, and then to do like the trick sword thing. And then because he's Dante, where he has Swordmaster, which is like the B button instead, I didn't do like a normal sword slashing in the middle of the air. I just slammed that fucker down in the ground.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, maybe that was my problem because I don't like using the bike. So you might have a better chance trying this out with the bike, as Bread has said.
Yeah. Although 15 seconds is a long time.
Yeah, it is.
So. No.
Yeah, I already answered Bread's thing for Abiotic Factor.
Oh.
It is fun. You can play it solo. It is just a little tough, especially when you have no idea what you're doing.
There we go. Oh, the weird glitches and shit. Hitching.
I should tell you to play Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Play what, sorry?
Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Lorelei.
Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
You're gonna need to link it to
It is
me.
a puzzle game. It is a puzzle game, unfortunately.
Well, thankfully I finished Blueprints, so I'm not.
Oh dear God! You cannot compare Blueprints to this. I'm not even joking. You cannot compare Blueprints to this.
Shit.
Look,
I can't believe any of this is still.
Much like your friend that says I'll listen to anything, or yeah, I can eat any kind of cuisine. I'm not picky. I am, and you're sort of like, okay. You can treat that with me with video games, where it's like I can probably say, yeah, I'll try out anything, and you'll just sort of be like, okay, we'll see.
Ha! There you are.
For Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, I guarantee that you need a notebook by your side,
what's wrong
because
with you?
without it, you would have so much trouble playing this.
Fair enough.
The demonic power was activated in me once.
Oh, I need to get back into it, I
When
guess.
Virgil lovingly jammed this through my chest. I always wondered,
Oh God, seeing rebellion like that
Why
is
did my
really
father
sad.
give me the rebellion?
Okay, what are you muttering?
over the years I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have ever guessed?
Have you lost your mind? There's a demon to destroy!
Oh yeah, because it activated his Devil Trigger in the third game. It didn't do anything in the fourth.
Can separate man from devil. What about the rebellion?
Wow. You are absorbing the Sparta!
Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, and he's got wings. Okay, so this is the form he took when saving Nero from Urizen.
Also, he doesn't just have one pair of wings, he has 2 pairs of wings.
Yep. Kind of like biblical angels of old. There would be some that had like different number of wing counts.
He's all yours.
Sin Devil Trigger.
But don't let it become a habit.
God, I fucking love this design though. It's so good.
It is good. It's what Cap used to draw me in my Hyper Himbo form. I had no context for the look, but it was like it looked really cool and was more powerful looking than the other times I've seen Devil Trigger in these games. Devil Sword Dante. Nice.
And I knew a few friends that didn't like that his new sword was called Devil Sword Dante. I think they were insisting that they were like hoping that it would still be called Rebellion or something, but I mean, this is a new version of that sword, so
especially since it's been reforged, so
yeah, it has been merged with the Sparta.
The basic abilities carry over to the blade, pressing B is or conjure swords that attack. Use the blades in tandem for relentless waves of hack and sacks. That provide different types of support. These include higher mobility, instantaneous. Nice. Have not been paying attention.
Run while you can.
It looks like it's been made out of.
Dante.
Fair enough.
Approach me in that form.
Go.
Hold to change from DT to SDT. Oh, Sin Devil Trigger. To fill this gate, transfer power from the DT by holding. Hold with a full to activate. You gain insane power, but that does not recover, and you can't deactivate this form.
You know what you look like?
There we go. Okay, so he stabs himself to do the Sin Devil Trigger as well.
Yeah, you noticed that, didn't you?
Insignificant.
Get out of him! Beat him!
No, I need it for the health. I need it for the health.
Like dust.
Come on, you.
Rev it up! Rev it up! Like juggling? Like juggling?
There we go. Come on. Absorb into the thingy. There we go. There we go. Yeah!
All this time, and you still don't get it.
I'll be real with you though, I don't like the look of Devil Sword Dante.
Who does not understand?
Any reason why?
It has
just
begun.
Like, I don't like the like I can kind of understand its weird like teethy like look along the length of the blade, but I don't like. It just does. I don't like it. I don't think it looks good. I feel like if they were to do like a Devil Sword Dante thing, then it should have been something kind of looking akin to like Rebellion with like pieces of Sparta reforged, Orge, so like you would get about, so you get something slightly like a chunkier rebellion rather than getting a Devil Sword of Sparta double-edged. Yeah, it's hard to. I don't know. I just don't like the weird cross thingy-majiggy along the length of the blade.
This inconvenience matters not.
Also, like, it looks so much like a Dark Souls sword.
You're not wrong.
Maybe the crossguard is too much. Maybe if they changed it from Dante getting a Nodachi-looking sword. Probably could be good. All right, that's mission 12. I'm going to end the thingy-majiggy here because, oh my goodness, it's about to encroach upon 10 o'clock. Excuse me.
Let me grab you a picture of Devil's Sword Dante. Since it's kind of hard to see it when you're waving it around.
What in the world just happened to my scene? It just went weird. Something just happened to my. I don't know if this is because of me ending the Is it doing like? Hang on. That was weird. Did it like do a thing where it looked like it compressed itself down from back to Twitch? Let me just have a look at my thing. It's still streaming. Cool, as far as I know. Go to my channel. Okay, now I look to be fine. 720p, 50 frames a second. Yep, okay, cool. Still good. All right, but yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. Honestly, pretty good progress. We went from mission 7 to mission 12 or 13, so like we're doing about, you know, six missions a night, which, you know, it's not too bad. It'll probably, so yeah, it looks like it'll be like a 3 mission or 3 streams to get through this game. I feel like that's an appropriate amount of time to try and get through games of nostalgia, personally speaking. I think it's pretty good. Lorelei and the laser eyes. This rings a bell for whatever reason.
I think I've talked to you about it before.
Nah, but maybe I'll do some research in my own time for it and such, because yeah, once I'm done with Devil May Cry, I feel like the next game that I'll be going through on Mondays is going to be Metal Gear Solid, because that was what I had in the polls last time. That's what I had in the polls for Mondays. It was between Devil May Cry and Metal Gear Solid, 3-worded titles. And you and Cap really wanted to see me play Devil May Cry. Unfortunately, you're not witnessing Peak in this stream, but you're gonna open up with it next stream, which is very good. Nice, Brad. Thank you for raising my anticipations. No pressure on this game. I'm just gonna have to be wowed the fuck out by it. So be sure to share with your friends and whoever that I will be streaming more Devil May Cry next week on Monday. Other places that you'll be able to find me are on Blue Sky and Twitter. You just need to look for the name GrantZeebs. I don't use Twitter/X all that often. It's, you know, kind of automated. At some point I need to get rid of the Discord, so there isn't any option there. But yeah, otherwise, I am gonna call the night here. Let's go and have a quick look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Hopefully everyone has appreciated the stream and has enjoyed it. I think there was even like a clip or two that was worthwhile, which will also be pretty good. Let me see who is online and who is playing what. And the people that are recommended to me, so many peeps. Oh, hello. Oh my god, there's like maybe one too many people that are playing Hollow Knight Silksong.
I mean, that's normal when you think about it.
It's normal. Yeah, fair. Let's go for someone
It's
that
annoying, but it is normal.
it is normal. It is a brand new game, and apparently, like, people have been anticipating it for like 7 years.
I mean, considering that it crashed like every single digital store, yeah.
That's something that I feel like sounds a little far-fetched to me personally, but like, I'm probably like just oblivious to just how many eyes were on silksong at this point.
It's I just find it funny that I heard that people that pirate games are literally telling other folks they're just saying just buy the goddamn game, don't pirate this game. And I was like, what? That's a little unbelievable to me, but I heard that is a thing that's been going around.
Nah. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Let's go and raid into Zevenart. Zevenart looks to be doing some drawing. So we'll
Cool,
go
I can
for
shout you out there.
Yeah, we'll go raid out into them. Let's just go with a short and sweet himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like would be appropriate. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Jack, thank you so much for joining in on the stream, giving me messages, joining in the VC. I greatly appreciate it. I'll be in the voice chat for a little bit longer, but for everyone else, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be picking up more Devil May Cry next Monday. Wednesday night, I am going to be going through Death Stranding 2. We're getting closer and closer to the end there, because now we have to race out from Australia back into Mexico for whatever reason. And then if my evening streams are a terrible time for you, I will be going through Final Fantasy Sunday morning for me, which might be Saturday evening for some of the Americans. So otherwise, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Almost there.